even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Sydney Sweeney not only has great genes, she apparently has great sales appeal. American Eagle Outfitters, that caused a social media firestorm with its Great Genes ad campaign featuring the actress, says it posted higher than expected quarterly sales, with revenue outpacing expectations. The company CEO says the Sweeney marketing campaign certainly increased customer awareness and engagement. Lululemon is taking a page from Nike's playbook and is enlisting a roster of athletes to help pull the yoga wear brand out of a sales rut. The company has done little traditional sports advertising on its way to surpassing $10 billion in sales, but now American tennis star Frances Tiafoe is wearing Lululemon apparel at the U.S. Open, and golfer Max Homa now dons the brand's gear on the PGA Tour. Lululemon will be reporting earnings on Thursday. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Rep the city of brotherly love on Friday, September 12th at 6:45 when the Royals visit Philly and the Phil's City Connect jerseys return. Join the fun and order tickets now at phillies.com. It's an NL East showdown you won't want to miss when the Mets are in town from Monday, September 8th through Thursday, September 11th. Secure your seats now at phillies.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Now is the perfect time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate, or choose an 18-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.9% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
WPHT, WPHT HD.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, September 4th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Sean Farish live from Tennessee.
Woohoo!
He is in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, Dan Borowski, all contributing as always. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Wearing my Eagles green.
Oh, yeah. That's not,
baby.
That's not jet green, Farish. That's not jet green, Almquist.
No, if that was jet green, she'd be throwing up right now. That would be that. That's it. Yeah.
Yes, I love it. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Long time no see, Dawn.
I know, right?
Doing well. Happy to be here as always, and ready to rock as always. Let's do it.
Yes, let's do it. We've got a lot to get to this morning. A big take on the revelations, or lack thereof, yesterday from the Epstein press conferences that occurred in Washington, D.C. We'll get into that. Free speech under attack across the pond. We'll get into this UK comedian's arrest for his online speech, and we'll kick that around this morning. Also, the American dream. Looks like most Americans believe it's a pipe dream. We'll get to that. And also, Florida, once again leading the way as they say, you know what? No more childhood vaccine mandates. Keyword, mandate. You can still get things. It's just not a mandate for all the people on the left melting down. We'll get to all of that this morning. We've got the cut sheet. We've got Fight Club. And Jimmy Fallon from Fox News will join us coming up at 8:30. But she's ready to go. Yeah. She already has the midnight green and the silver on.
Yeah.
Let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03. Your Eagles correspondent, the great Dawn Stenzlin.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning, sponsored by Staples. Yes, Thursday, Eagles home debut game day, Thursday, September the 4th, sponsored by Staples this morning. We're starting out chilly again in the 60s, but heating up with a possible storm, not for you tailgaters who started, 10 o'clock-ish last night?
Oh,
They're there
they
this
started
morning.
on Wednesday night?
Yeah. Talk about that. Yeah, they started last night, and they're there this morning. What could possibly go wrong? So I know
Well,
we'll
what
talk
else are you
about
going to
it.
do in Philly?
Right.
Oh,
I mean, you're not wrong.
sounds like sour
There it is.
grapes from somebody who's a fan
Oh,
of
trust me, the
loser
grapes.
teams.
Listen, the grapes have been sour for a long time when you're talking about NFL football. Okay, these grapes are rotten.
So those tailgaters started last night at
Yes.
10. I finished around 10 last night, so.
Okay.
But I'll pick back up again tonight.
More tailgating to come, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a lot to tell you about this morning, and in fact, we'll get right to it. As this morning, we do have in the area a couple breaking news stories, developing stories that we want to get to. First of all, we have an investigation underway after officials say a man was struck and killed by a SEPTA train. This happened in Delaware County. So officials saying it happened early this morning north of Clifton Alden Station, right there on the Media Wawa line. Early, like I say, the wee hours of this morning. Apparently, this train was a test train, so no passengers were actually on board at the time of that incident, and service is obviously not impacted. Officials not providing any more details regarding the incident. We just know that a man was struck and killed by that SEPTA train in Delaware County. Obviously, SEPTA in the headlines as we look to all of the cuts. Will it affect tailgaters who want to get there? So there is an update this morning because, of course, many in the city were souring on the fact, many Eagles fans who were expecting to take public transit or get down to the game. Well, there was that alert that the team had posted and said, hey, unless you have one of those expensive tickets to the game, don't make your way down for tailgating because of the so-called SEPTA crisis. And we've been updating you on the budget, still no Pennsylvania budget, 9+ weeks in. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro taking a lot of hits on this one, as well as bipartisan, both sides of the legislature still trying to hammer that one out. But thankfully, an actual sponsor came forward, and so now more trains will be running. I believe after all the court rulings, there's a lot of back and forth. We've talked about George Paquetto and all the court rulings. But in essence, we now have FanDuel sponsoring these trains.
Yeah, we've got the
so that
graphic
people
up.
Can take them.
The
Okay,
statement
there it is.
up on YouTube. Yep. FanDuel partners with SEPTA to restore Broad Street line service for Eagles home opener. There you go.
So there it is.
A gambling company can get things accomplished, but our own government can't.
Private sector without even Doge.
Yeah.
Right? We
There you
got
go.
that going on. So they're, and by the way, they get a free, I know that they were offering this and paying for it, but how much in free advertisement do they get in exchange?
Oh, it's great. It's great PR for them.
You know?
Absolutely.
And so I'll point out to you as well, they're providing $80,000, $80,000 to restore those express train services just for the Philadelphia Eagles season opener on SEPTA. And so this has nothing to do with school kids who've been impacted or commuters who've been impacted, all of that with the service cuts. And like I said on Tuesday of this week, all of the cuts that were scheduled to happen this week, everything's on hold due to all of the court, back and forth. We're following it all for you. But the fans get to take the trains. I do want to update you on the tragedy that we talked about yesterday, and it sparked a lot of conversation about all the deer on the roadways, that we have a real problem, what happened to culling the herd, that sort of thing, because a lot of these accidents where cars strike deers. Pennsylvania State Police still searching for the driver of a Toyota that struck a deer. This was Route 322 in Chester County, 7 o'clock in the morning. And when that driver going in one direction, the deer jumped out. The driver, that vehicle strikes the deer goes airborne and lands in the opposite lane in the windshield of another vehicle going toward Malvern Prep, where the school student, Malvern Prep, all boys school, grade 6 to 12, he was killed tragically as a passenger in that vehicle. So they've now identified him, the school, the family. Kevin Donahue is his name, a junior at Malvern Prep. Exceptional young man embodying the very best characteristics of a Malvern Prep student. That statement in part from the school and the school community. So as Pennsylvania State Police still asking for anybody with information or that driver, if you struck a deer 7 o'clock in the morning, you know who you are, front end damage.
Yep.
They want to hear from you. It's not that I don't see any blame in this. This was a deer that, jumped out in the middle of the road.
Right.
But they need to complete their investigation.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a, hit and run where you hit another human being, where you hit another vehicle. Oh, these deer. I mean, my daughter sees them all the time. Oh, Daddy, look how beautiful. I'm like, honey, they're a nuisance. They're a pain. We've got the president with us, and he just pulled off a epic blast with narco terrorists. I don't know, Mr. President, can we make a bunch of venison stew?
Well, we took them out. We took out. I'll tell you what. The fish in the Caribbean are very happy about it. We chummed the waters like nobody's ever chummed the waters before. We dropped a big, beautiful bomb on these people's head. You look at these people. Very nasty guys, the bad hombres. We call it Trenday Annihilated. That's what we call it, right? We took them out. So we're very happy about it. And you say venison stew. We could do that. We love deer, but we really love feeding the sharks. You've got cocaine sharks and meth sharks in the Caribbean now, right? They got bloodshot eyes, these sharks, because of all the drugs. The radical left says it was just a fishing boat. These people are out of their minds. Trenday Annihilated. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of, we'll get into sports in a moment. We have the Phillies losing. It was, 6-3? So we lost, but we have another game tonight. Milwaukee Brewers, 4:10 p.m. So we've got the Phils on tap. We're still ahead.
5.5.
Right?
Yep.
We're still ahead 5.5
on the Mets
in the East.
Yep, up
right?
5.5 games on those stinking Mets.
So because the Mets lost 2.
That's right.
Let's rub it in.
Yeah.
So Farish.
Yeah.
And Eagles fans already
I'm not a Met fan, but the Rangers lost also. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
I'm a fan of a team that doesn't score runs. So,
Which is a
How
really
that goes.
bold strategy, right? I never heard of a team that won a game when they can't score. You have to score to be able to win, right?
Listen, the Jets have tried it many times, and it's never worked out for them. Okay?
And right now, we're watching local stations, local TV stations. They're all at Lincoln Financial Green. Everything's lit up. City Hall lit up in green, all the skyscrapers, a lot of fun, a lot of festivity in the air. Eagles fans, like I say, already gathering outside the Lincoln Financial Field ahead of tonight's season opener against the Dallas Cowgirls. So it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of energy in South Philadelphia as we think about Eagles. Everybody's looking at the forecast for sure. Before we get to that, let's get to our sponsor, Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals, super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions do apply, so you want to visit staples.com/print for all the deets. Ends 9/13, September 13th. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program right at Staples. Staples, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, first edition, 6 o'clock hour. Nick Kayal, it looks like as far as the game, we're going to win, but if there's lightning.
Oh, we could have a delay. God, you hate this time of year,
Hate to
don't
say
you?
it, but
You're right. Philly weather, 64. It's going up to 83, but the rain in the forecast with the possibility of some severe storms comes around 7 o'clock tonight. The highest likelihood, the highest percentage chance of showers between 8 and 9 p.m., about a 55% chance, but there's a small chance of storms. So we could see one of these things where it's, late first quarter, early second quarter. Here comes a lightning storm. Here comes a delay. We have to wait 30 minutes till the storm moves out of the area. So keep an eye on that. Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, let's get to a Thursday Big Take, Jimmy Kelly.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, the Epstein end game. Are we in the red zone, ready to finally have results and closure to the multi-decade speculation, rumors, and theories as to who is involved in the biggest sex crime scandal in history? Well, a few things are for sure today following yesterday's revelations, or lack thereof, in Washington, D.C. It's looking less and less likely that Democrats, the left, and the media will get their wish, that being Donald Trump involved in some detestable fashion with Jeffrey Epstein's horrible acts against minors. And the entire production that occurred yesterday, and I do believe to some extent it was a production, has completely exhausted the American public after more and more expectations were set of names that were not revealed, at least not just yet. While nobody can criticize women and how they process the abhorrent acts of rape or when they decide to come forward, and how they do so is without a doubt something to always be kept top of mind, yesterday was political theater in many ways, holding a monster press conference where the speakers were cryptic about all of the power players involved in this scandal, but refusing at that point in time to name any of them. So they have the names. The names will come out, just not yesterday and probably not today. This reeked of a Netflix trailer to build up excitement for release day. Here was one survivor who told us what is set to come. Listen and watch.
Transparency is justice. Release the files, end the secrecy, and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
Good for her. In all honesty, good for her. No sarcasm. But sadly, and I think truthfully, many Americans only care if it results in a bombshell name being dropped. Would that include world leaders, religious figures? According to the latest document dump in the Epstein files, photos of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell with Fidel Castro and the Pope were visible in their now demolished mansion. Of course, that doesn't mean that the former dictator of Cuba or the head of the Catholic Church were involved in any sexual things, which leads us to Donald Trump. Here was survivor number 2 speaking yesterday. Listen and watch.
Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. And while what I endured will haunt me forever, I live every day with PTSD. I live as a mother trying to raise my child while distrusting a world that has betrayed me. This kind of trauma never leaves you. It breaks families apart. It shapes the way we see everyone around us.
Of course, bragging about having a powerful friend in Donald Trump in no way implies that Trump was involved, as much as the left would love to run with this and say, see, we told you. Not even close. NBC News hosted a panel of victims and survivors, and the question was asked straight up. Listen and watch this.
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment, with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Nope. Multiple no's, actually, in that clip. So, is there a list? Is it in possession of the FBI? Did a list ever exist? Here's the attorney for the Epstein survivors answering just that. Listen and watch.
What do you guys think? I know you're working on your own list, but do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein had a list?
Yeah, so there's not a list. Yeah. So here's what it was. Just like you heard everybody today, Jeffrey Epstein created, through an organization, that of enablers, of people that were on his payroll. It was a complicated scheme where others should still be investigated because they helped to enable him and operate this scheme. Without those people, he could not have done this. But the purpose was for him to personally abuse people. With that being said, certain of his friends, he farmed out certain of the women that he was exploiting too. But that wasn't the primary purpose of that scheme, and I don't think he wrote the names of those people down. There's not a list of, hey, here's all of the people that I sent females to. That's just not how that organization works.
So there's no little black book that he kept bedside with him, as some have theorized. But the juicy stuff from the media and the Democrats, as usual, revolved around Donald Trump. Well, this will break their hearts. Listen and watch.
Thank you all for being here.
I'll go first and then I'll let them. They're much more important than me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that. He didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency.
So two things can be true at once. Trump helped the victims in 2009, did what he could to make sure that this was taken care of, and was offering some sort of comfort or resources or something to that effect. And then upon being briefed on new information in the last few years, and remember in 2009, Trump was not in the political arena, but perhaps in the last few years, he's decided to take the bullet for perhaps national security purposes with foreign allies, or maybe he is protecting a friend or a world leader. It's possible. None of us truly know the answer. But let's hear some of the answers from 47 himself. He was asked about this yesterday outside of the Oval Office. Listen and watch. Do we have the last clip?
Mr. President, right now, there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massey, who was sponsoring a discharge physicians who get the House to vote on the release of those documents, says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and he says that's why the Justice Department is redacting them and slow walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. Even if you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a term. It's a term of art. It's a safe zone because it's very safe. You can walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen. No crime, no murders, no nothing. Because we had a lot of problems with certain places, and we still do, all run by Democrats, or for the most part run by Democrats. So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having. I think we're probably having, according to what I read, even from 2 people in this room, we're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
And the reality is he's correct on many fronts. People will always want more because we've been told to believe that there is so much more to this. And perhaps, and probably, there is. But this is also a distraction created by the Democrats. They had no interest in getting to the bottom of this from 2021 through 2025, right? And it's a distraction to take away from the successes of this administration, and also a distraction to take away from the fact that Democrats, they've got no solutions. They have no policies. They have no face or voice of their party. So they throw Epstein stink bombs to deflect from the fact that they haven't learned a damn thing since November. But this, still to this day, was given life yet again by Attorney General Pam Bondi. And look, either no juicy names exist and it's just wealthy, disgusting nobodies, or it's so deep and so disturbing that it goes above and beyond the power, influence, wealth, and scope of even the President of the United States. So once again, now we wait, and we wait even longer for survivors to provide perhaps the smoking gun, since our leaders in office are unable and or unwilling. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and leave your comments in there. We'll come back. We'll get Dawn's reaction to everything that unfolded yesterday, as well as Sean Farish's opinion on everything with Trump and Epstein and the speakers yesterday, and where we go from here, and when those names will be revealed and compiled by the survivors that you just heard. It's Kayal and Company. Sean's in for Greg, Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
6:30 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey, iHeartRadio apps. Watch us, of course, live on YouTube. And you can jump in 855-839-1210. All right, Dawn Stensland, a lot of this unfolding after we got off the air yesterday at 10 a.m. Your thoughts on the speakers as well as 47 and the way the media has covered this, as well as the attorneys representing these ladies.
This was the first time that all of these women who and family members of people like victims, survivors, well, she didn't survive. She died of self-harm, Virginia Giuffre, who was probably the out front, the face of the Epstein victims. And so I would say for them, it was a great day for them, empowering them as far as women coming together, and even the brother, of Virginia Giuffre, the attorneys. I thought the attorney who you played, that was a big moment. And it really exposes the fact, for example, that, you know, as he said, as we've heard over and over and over consistently, that Trump wanted to help these individuals. So what I think was a shame to me personally was that what we have here is, as usual, Trump moving at Trump speed, right? So he is every day, except for the 2 days that he took off and they thought, what happened?
Right, the 2 days he was dead.
He's never taken 2 days off ever.
Right.
And so to me, what happened was, President Trump is answering questions. He's the Polish leader is right there with him, and he's right there in the game. They're asking him questions about this. And so what he's responding to is the media pool, the bubble, if you will, of the media. And what he's saying is he's sitting there talking about world peace. I know that it broke that, he's saying something's happening, something's moving with Ukraine and Russia, with the Middle East, with the economy, the tariff battle, that's in the court. So he's looking at all of these, if you will, plates in the air that he's juggling all at once, these things that he's trying to fix, including high crime in American cities. They ask him this question, and he's answering this. And I know if Greg Stocker were here, he'd say, here she goes, Dawn and Abler explaining. But I'm being critical in the sense that you have to be careful when you're in the thick of the game, right? When you're in the heat of the game and somebody takes that question to you, you have to stop for a moment, take a breath, and say, look, these survivors never should have gone through this for 2 decades. This thing should have been shut down decades ago. And so I'm working to try to give them some sense of justice and closure and what have you. But with regard to the media coverage and the Democrats who politicized this, who were silent all of these years, it's a Democrat hoax in that sense. That's how I see it. And so what do? They take the clip, and he said it, Democrat hoax. And then what does the media do? You have media on the steps. So it's almost like a setup. He
Right.
just called it a hoax. Ask the survivors and the right.
Yep.
Quick, get them to respond. Now we have, and it just feels like, hey, you got played a little bit here.
Right. And it also seems like, Sean, that you have these politicians now that have put their stench all over this for certain motivations, whether it's Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, Gloria Allred, all these individuals now all of a sudden throwing their name into the involvement of the survivors. Your thoughts on what transpired yesterday?
Well, that's part of the problem, right? I think yesterday, and I want to be very clear, because it is very easy, as Dawn just said, it's very easy to make a blunder when talking about this issue. So I want to be very clear. If anybody at that press conference, if what they're saying is true, because I'm going to be honest, we don't know if what they're saying is true, okay? I mean, we live in the Me Too era. People make things up, all right? Look what happened to Trevor Bauer. I'm not saying that's what these victims did. I'm saying none of us know for sure that everybody was telling the truth yesterday. And Thomas Massey actually admitted that, okay, after the entire thing. But before we get to what Massey said, I want to say that anybody who went through what Epstein did to them never, I have the utmost amount of sympathy. I feel so bad that this is something that had to be that they had to live through. As Dawn said, these survivors should not have had to go through this, period. That being said, okay, the fact that you had Gloria Allred, the fact that you had Massey, the fact that you had Marjorie Taylor Greene standing in front of people with signs that said pedo 47 that were accusing Donald Trump of being a pedophile, that is the quote unquote Democrat hoax that Donald Trump is talking about. He's not saying that none of it happened. He's not saying that Jeffrey Epstein didn't victimize young women, young girls. He's not saying that there was no sex trafficking operation. We all know that's what happened. Everybody knows that. Nobody's denying that. What he's saying now is the fact that this is being defibrillated back to life, so to speak, by the mainstream media, by the left, that is the quote-unquote hoax. But let me get into what Massey said. Thomas Massey, and he posted this on X, where I'm conveniently, illegally, and unconstitutionally blocked. But this is what it says here. Survivors at our press conference announced they are privately compiling their own Epstein list. They would be sued into homelessness for naming names. But at Rep. MTG and I are willing to name names in the House of Representatives under constitutional speech or debate immunity. What does that mean? Okay, this means that everybody at that press conference, and it's not their fault, and I'm not accusing them of lying. I'm telling you what this means. The victims that spoke yesterday that said they were going to release their own names do not possess enough evidence that would shield them from getting sued. You cannot be sued for telling the truth if you have the evidence that it's the truth. I want to believe the victims. I want to believe that every single one of those women yesterday are not lying. I want to believe it. But what Thomas Massey is saying is their claims will not hold up in court because they don't have the ironclad evidence to back it up. Their testimony in and of itself, while it may be damning, honestly, it's not going to hold up in court. There's no blackmail tapes. There's no client list, as the lawyer said, which I said 2 months ago. Criminals generally don't keep a log of their crimes on Microsoft Excel. Okay? They don't write down, "Dear Diary, my name is Jeffrey Epstein, and today I trafficked a 14-year-old to Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, and then I brought Prince Andrew in for for another consultation with a 15-year-old from Moldova." That's not what happens, right? There's no tapes. There's no client list. It's a shame. But that's what Massey is admitting. If he is saying that these victims can be sued for defamation, it means that all they have is their testimony, which I want to believe.
Yep.
But a court can't sit there and say, "I want to believe you." You have to back it up. If they don't have the evidence, they can't release the names. This means they don't have the evidence because it doesn't exist. Whether it was destroyed or never existed in the first place, it doesn't exist, so they can't release those names.
So there's two things to react to with what you just said, which is a great breakdown. So I would, a statement and then a question. So my first thing would be, from a statement perspective, when these individuals that you're talking about, yes, it could very well or probably or did happen, but we don't have evidence. Do you think Americans care about whether or not how this plays out, or the way it plays out in a court with defamation, if these people get sued into oblivion? Because I would think that most Americans, they just want to see the headline. They just want to read the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, and they just want to see the tabloid, so to speak, bombshell evidence released. But then, this is what concerns me. If people like Massey or even Marjorie Taylor Greene go to these survivors and say, "We have the immunity and we will not be sued into oblivion," what happens if some of the names on there are so devastating that Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and anybody else involved with this immunity decide not to release all of it and redact some of it to protect certain individuals? Is there a fear of lack of full transparency once these survivors hand off the information or just give the names to the politicians that have now meddled in this?
Yeah, I think there is. That's a great question. I think there is a fear of lack of transparency. That's what the whole thing has been about with Epstein.
Right.
And it's been about transparency. And I want as much transparency as possible, right? People hear me talk about, when I said this a couple of months ago and said, look, I don't believe there's actually a list per se that was written down by Jeffrey Epstein. My understanding of the quote unquote list was always that it was a list of names or alleged associates of Jeffrey Epstein that was compiled through various investigations. It wasn't actually a Dear Diary, Microsoft Excel, who did I traffic to and when and how and this and that by Epstein. Other than flight logs, which you have to keep, I think it's FAA mandated that you have to keep the list of people, names of people who are on your aircraft, in case of a crash and whatnot, a manifest, right? There's, other than that, there's not an actual bullet pointed 1 through 120 list of people. Your question before that, I thought is the best question that should be asked and discussed. And that is, do Americans care if the victims get sued into financial ruin? And I think some Americans do. There are people who genuinely want to see justice for these victims. Genuinely. Myself included. Yep. I want to see justice for these victims. There are a much larger, I believe, number of people who only want the headline, the tabloid, the clicks, right? To say, oh my gosh, the survivors named Bill Clinton, the survivors named Donald Trump, the survivors named Bill Gates. But the problem is they don't care what happens downstream of that. They want to hear whichever woman it is come out in front of the microphone and say, Bill Gates molested me, sexually assaulted me when I was 13. They want to hear it. Right. They don't care what happens downstream of those comments to these victims, which, as Thomas Massey admitted, If they say something like that, they will be sued. They wouldn't be sued if they had ironclad evidence that what they're saying was true, okay? Or if they were, they would win. The fact of the matter is, if they are opening themselves up and legally jeopardizing themselves when they make these statements, if they release these names, again, this is the most important takeaway from that whole thing yesterday, which unfortunately, not because of the victims, but because of the other people that were involved, the Masseys of the world, the Rokanas of the world, the MTGs of the world, who are attention seekers, plain and simple. Those three people that I just mentioned, they are attention seekers. They love cameras, they love microphones, they love headlines, okay? They're fundraising off of this now. It's not the victim's fault. Those victims, though, yesterday were used as props. They were used as fundraising props. They were used as a political football, and I feel bad for them. The fact of the matter is now you have people who are going to look at these victims and go, well, how come they're not releasing the names? Well, because they can't. You're not the one who's about to get sued. So this is the problem. They can say whatever they want, but if they don't have the evidence, they're opening themselves up for the worst ruin that they've probably ever experienced since what they say they experienced with Epstein. I feel horrible for these people, but it's clear they don't have anything to back up what they're saying. So they can't say anything. Well, not because the Mossad is blackmailing them. It's because they don't have the evidence.
So I think that the reason that so many people are against them being subpoenaed is the pathway for them to be able to tell their truth, if you will, is if they're subpoenaed and they're under oath and they're called before, let's say, the Oversight Committee or Congress or wherever, and they give their story and say, when I was 14, this is what happened, and Jeffrey Epstein sent me. And a lot of this, by the way, is, they've already been deposed. So it's already in a grand jury testimony, etc. But if they give that testimony, it does make it difficult for them to be sued. That's a pathway by which, if you say, when I was 14, this is where I was, this is what happened, this is how I came, and they're questioning you back and forth, and you are under oath, and this is what you're telling. Now, if they prove that you were lying, then you can face criminal charge. First and foremost, perjury. You can be criminal, because that's against the law.
Right.
But I think that part of this whole thing, and even think about, what was it, Blasey Ford back in the day, right? During the Me Too movement, you think of putting a woman up there who says, this happened to me when I was a child or when I was 14. The problem here in the gray area is, I don't know that Bill Gates, if they name him, is going to sue that woman necessarily, but I think that it creates fodder for a nightmare in the courts, and there's no truth to come of it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think she's right. I think, Dawn, I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right that maybe Bill Gates won't sue them, but the fact that Massey, and this is where my focus really is, the fact that Massey is saying that they would be exposing themselves to that legal jeopardy, and that's a fact. I don't agree with Massey on a lot, right, or really with the way he carries himself. A lot of his talking points that he puts out there are actually things that I would necessarily agree with, cutting spending, etc. But the fact that Massey admits, right, that they would be opening themselves up or exposing themselves to the possibility of being sued means that all they've got is their word. And I'm not saying that their word means nothing to me, because I want to believe them. I do, right? I really want to believe them. Okay. But a court needs more than just, I want to believe them. Okay. And if Massey is saying, listing names, if the victims list names, they are exposing themselves to possibly being sued into oblivion. That means there's not enough evidence to back up what they say. And I think that's very important, because a lot of people have been alleging a cover-up. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the victims want to release names, and Massey's saying don't, not because I think there's a cover-up happening, but because he doesn't want to see the victims get sued.
Yeah.
That would be an epic backfire.
Well, and also think about the fear factor. I mean, I can only think the way how I would respond, how I would react. The lack of F's given, as I cleaned up my speech there for the sake of the FCC. Maybe, look, there were some very strong women yesterday that were up there. Maybe after what they experienced from Jeffrey Epstein and his cohorts, a fear of defamation and being sued doesn't even register with them, right? Like, you're 10 years old, you were victimized in the most disgusting, obscene ways possible. You want to sue me? Go ahead. I don't have any money anyway. You think that's going to change my life? I have to live with being raped every day. Or, the fear of being killed, right? We are told that Epstein killed himself. Did he kill himself? A lot of people don't believe that. We are told that Jeffrey was not suicidal, and then she died by suicide. So I can't think the way a 10-year-old girl who's now a grown woman feels. But if that was me, you want to sue me, go right ahead. Like, I've had to live with this for the longest time. Go pound sand, so to speak. That could be a possible mindset for some of these courageous, strong women that actually got up there today or yesterday for the first time and showed their face and showed their voice for the first time, saying, I'm a victim, right? Like, we talk about this all the time. You can't imagine what it would be like to go through that. Does the fear of a defamation suit scare some of these women after what they've been through? I think it's possible that doesn't faze them at all. I don't know.
But I think some of these women, you've seen them in all the docuseries that aired years ago with regard to Epstein, the farmer, Annie Farmer, the sisters. Some of those women I recognized from, they weren't as prominent as Virginia Giuffre.
Right.
But I think the truth is, if you've been following this, you've already heard their stories. You know what they've been saying, what happened to them. Can some of them name some names? Okay, maybe that's something different. I think what's different here is they're pushing to release all of the files, and that would be a nightmare because there are some things by which there are some girls who are not even in this country, and that has been it was even brought up by some of the women yesterday. So there are some women were trafficked by Epstein. They're in different countries, and they fear some kind of retribution or something if their names are dragged into this because they had testified to the grand juries.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, we're talking about years and years, decades of testimony and back and forth and civil lawsuits, criminal stuff. It's a lot that's in there. And so to go through there and redact it, it's a mess. And legally, I know that it sounds crazy, but legally, you cannot just go ahead and release it. I mean, none of us are lawyers, but if you listen to all the lawyers, they say this, you can't do it. That will invoke these lawsuits.
Let's
unleash,
yeah.
Let's open up court documents.
Let's wrap with this. I thought this was an important clip yesterday. This is clip 13E, Phil. This is the attorney for the Epstein victims standing outside of a Florida courthouse confirming that Donald Trump was the only high-profile figure who helped him prosecute Epstein. Clip 13E, roll it.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then.
All right, Sean Farish will give you a final word. We've got about 60 seconds left.
Well, you see, again, he used the term hoax as if Donald Trump said the whole thing is fake, and that's not what he's saying. And maybe he's not articulating it the right way. But the lawyer
the media
and
asked
again,
him,
right, yeah. Yeah, I hear you, and I understand that's what happened there. But he's had a hard time messaging with this issue. I think he's frustrated with it. I think he understands that there's no there in terms of what he can release. That there's nothing big that can come out, and it is frustrating people. They think he's being accused of covering something up that doesn't exist. And again, Massey, when I say doesn't exist, I'm not saying nothing happened. I'm saying there's no evidence right now available. Yep. That would declare or that would prove that it happened. And there is a distinction. Saying something never happened and saying there's no evidence, concrete evidence that something happened are two different things. And that's what Trump is basically saying. That's what even Massey admitted by saying these people can be sued. It's a big admission. And again, I wish for the best for these victims. I feel sorry for them. I feel bad for them. If in fact what they're saying is true, I want to believe them. Nobody should have to go through it. And, maybe Congress will do that, speech and debate clause or whatever on the floor, and we'll hear some names. We'll see.
All right, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. Hour 2 is on the way, which will include free speech in the UK and childhood vaccine mandates come to an end in the great state of Florida. Plus, the football season is back. The NFL returns tonight. The Eagles, the Cowboys. A lot of football fans love watching the Red Zone. It's no longer commercial free, the channel. And the governor of New York is blaming Donald Trump for it. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Dawn has news next. The 7 o'clock hour is on the way.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area, they are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today. See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L-Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. Stop in and see my friend Tony LaBello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
The working families of Lyon and Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get paid to trade at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's right, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Seriously, get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. It's no wonder people say we are Kia crazy. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com. Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on excellent trade-in condition.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Make the most of seasonal sales with your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. Earn up to 3% cash back on electronics, home goods, kitchen gadgets, and more. That's 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, get a $150 bonus when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Your purchases, your rewards, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.703, hour number 2 is underway here on a Thursday morning, September 4th, 2025. Kayal and Company, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Farish in for Greg Stocker today. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. First hour all on Epstein and what transpired or did not transpire yesterday. We will get to free speech in the UK, the cut sheets coming up. We have Fight Club, and also we have to rip the governor of New York as football returns tonight and the Red Zone channel returns on Sunday. We'll do that coming up shortly, but let's get caught up in the world of news. Round number 2 at 7:04, decked out in Eagles Green.
Yes.
The great Dawn Stensland.
Even got the, if you're watching on YouTube, see you like the silver sequin?
Yes.
You know,
got the
I
silver,
shopped for this, my friend.
Right. You've got the black headphones. You got the whole bit going. It's a good look for you.
Hey. So we are sponsored by STAPLES, Staples, sponsoring our news this hour, 7 o'clock news here on Kayal and Company. As we look to what's going on, we're starting out in the mid-60s, 65 degrees. Yes, we'll heat up today. The sun might even peek out, but there is a chance of storms at some point, not for tailgating, but the game. So stay tuned for that detail. Will storms interrupt or delay our home opener, the Eagles? So we got to talk about that this morning. But let's talk about the news. What's going on as we look to what's happening? A couple of things that I want to talk about, and that is that concerned citizens in Philadelphia, in the region, meeting last night. Why? To talk about their action plan, they say, if the Trump administration removes a memorial for slavery at the President's House site at Independence Mall right here in Philadelphia. This was a town hall meeting. This is heavily covered. It's being heavily covered locally, print media and local television media, etc. But this was at Zion Baptist Church, North Philadelphia. And members, this was a packed town hall, like I say. They say that they're reacting to President Donald Trump's signing an executive order that put the memorial at 6th and Market Street up for review. So the memorial does honor 9 enslaved people brought by President George Washington at the time when he moved to Philadelphia to serve as America's first president in the late 1700s. Remember, we in Philadelphia, we were the original capital before D.C.
That's correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So little factoid for those of you. So in this case, what they're saying is everybody should know the history here in Philadelphia, know your history, and it's patriotic to know your history as an American. So they were talking about history. They were talking about patriotism. That was good. But they were sounding off as far as what does this mean that President Trump wanted to, quote unquote, review this memorial? And what does that look like? What does that mean? Trump, to my knowledge, never said he would remove it. I think they were looking at the cost of everything at these sites. Technically, it's a national park, and we're gearing up, obviously, for the 250th next July 4th. So I think that's a piece of it. We don't have reaction from the Trump administration to clarify this, but this is one of those things where they're meeting at Baptist Church to have the discussion. Like I say, a packed town hall last night.
Okay.
Wanted to bring your attention to that one. We do have this morning, still following this story, and we don't have the details on this one, that a man was hit and killed by a SEPTA train, happened in Delaware County, and we just know that it happened in the wee hours of this morning. Looks like Clifton Alden Station on that Media Wawa line. Early this morning, he was killed. No delays reported, so we have that going on. We also have multiple hearings that are set to begin this morning on the lawsuit that had put SEPTA on notice, and this is I'll say a friend to us here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, as we know George Picchetto quite well, mayoral candidate, really an iconic attorney and well-respected attorney here in Philadelphia. But George Picchetto, representing consumers and advocates and SEPTA commuters, had filed that lawsuit that basically put the kibosh on a lot of the talking points, and as well put the pause button, forced the pause button on the next wave of cuts and fare hikes that were to take place this week as they look at this. So essentially, and I'll paraphrase the Picchetto lawsuit that was filed, putting out there that is this not taking advantage of so-called, working people, minority individuals, the black and brown community, that sort of thing, their rights to have public, transit, and then calling out SEPTA as well as many in the media, even if you will, to say, wait a minute, this is not a SEPTA crisis, it's a concocted crisis. In other words, it sure seemed to be timed with the start of school, with our school children. Tens of thousands of them do not have the yellow school bus. If you're new to Philadelphia and you don't know this, middle school, junior high school, many of them, but all high school students, they don't have school bus service. They must take SEPTA.
I went to school on a school bus.
Yeah, those kids can't
That's
claim
the
that.
first thing I think of when I hear that about a school bus is
Yeah.
Kamala Harris.
It's absurd.
So
the wheels on the bus went round and around.
I got to tell you, as a parent, and with all the horror stories of SEPTA and public transportation, I don't know. What's the solution, Dawn? Because you don't feel great about putting your kid on SEPTA. Grown adults don't feel comfortable on SEPTA. You don't want them walking down bad streets in rough neighborhoods. Is it really that difficult and a financial burden to get buses for the school districts of Philadelphia publicly?
No, it shouldn't be. And the truth is, the Commonwealth Foundation, kudos to the Commonwealth Foundation, our friend Guy Shiraki, locally, who has been shining a light on this. And Sean, you're going to love this because it affects everybody across the country, no matter where you are. It was in the 1960s under civil rights legislation, but then it was detailed under No Child Left Behind under the Bush administration in the 80s, in the 90s, where they were saying that, in essence, if you as a child, as a school student, and you as a parent, your child is in a school where they're being either bullied, where it's dangerous, where there's asbestos, where you don't have transportation, anything such as that, you have a civil right under this law, and this is federal legislation, civil rights legislation, in fact, but it's the law that you then have the right to go out, seek a nearby district, not even in your own county, so that as long as that county, so let's say you're in Philadelphia, you don't have proper transportation, you also have violence on SEPTA, violence in and around the school, gang members, shootings, all of this, you have the right to look around and look to Montgomery County, whether it's Delaware County, Bucks County, et cetera, Chester County. If they have a vacancy in a school that fits your grades, then you have a legal right in this country and remedy to enroll in that school.
It's almost like a school choice voucher type.
It is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Dawn, maybe you know this because my kids obviously are in Montgomery County and go to Wissahickon School District,
which is a great district.
It is. Do Philadelphia students K through 12 are they provided laptops in 2025?
during the pandemic, it was revealed that they did not have Wi-Fi devices, nothing. It was a disaster.
But now that they're back, are they all provided a laptop?
Not all.
Not all. Okay.
Because
I was going to argue, like, if we can provide kids with laptops, we can have air-conditioned schools and school buses. I don't think that's a difficult ask.
I wish that President Trump would expand some of what he's saying with regard to, look at D.C. And I know that on True Social, the president was putting out the latest numbers as far as D.C. How many arrests? There are no murders. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And as he thinks about going into Chicago in some capacity or even parts of New Orleans, etc., I even wish that he would expand the emergency to take advantage of exactly what the Commonwealth lawyers actually were highlighting just this week.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish he would say, no matter who you are in America, the taxpayers, we the people, we pay for these kids. We pay for their transportation. We pay for the school building. We pay the teachers, etc. And this is their civil right.
Yeah.
And I wish he would open this thing up because, once again, how do you fight against what Nick Kayal just said?
Right.
What are you going to say? Oh no, you have to go to this crumbling, crappy, crime-ridden school.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Jimmy Kelly says this is where the private sector needs to come in. Look at what FanDuel is doing.
Exactly.
You're
not going to get a solution from the government, okay? You have a better chance of Howard Stern working a full week of shows than getting a solution from the government, especially in Philadelphia. It's not going to happen.
And
I love it. It's just not going to happen.
Here's what DraftKings should be like. You know what, FanDuel, hold my beer. You want to take care of SEPTA with Eagle fans? DraftKings should come in and fund everything, and the PR that they would get out of that would be amazing.
The PR that FanDuel is getting right now is probably worth it to them. Or if you're an Uber service, you start to show these kids or give them a discount as to getting to school. Because I remember when I went to high school, at first our bus system went on strike, and some cab company came along and decided to start driving kids to school. And it's like, oh, look, we're driving the little blind kids to school. Wasn't our PR great here? But it was. It was a great move on their end to do that.
Jimmy Kelly's legally blind, for those of you who might not know.
But it was a great, because, look, it's a joke here in Philadelphia. Nothing is ever going to be solved. I know Sherelle Parker is doing the best that she can, and a lot of people, is it the difference between night and day between her and Jim Kenney? Absolutely. But there's just nothing people can do, and it's never going to be solved. People are trying. It's just not going to happen, though, with government. It's not going to work.
Sherelle can't spell either.
Jimmy's right saying, don't rely on government to solve your problems. At some point, you got to take matters into your own hands.
You have to, because nobody's going to do anything for you. These companies can step up. Look at what the Eagles are trying to do to air condition schools.
Yeah.
They're doing the best
Jalen Hurts
that they
paid
can.
for more. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Right.
Or, where's Tay-Tay at? She could probably solve all this, too, because she's from Pennsylvania. Where's Tay-Tay at to help all these kids?
She's got a big wedding coming up.
Yeah, I get where Dawn's coming from, though, because you don't want to send your kids on a SEPTA bus. It's very, very dangerous.
Jimmy Kelly, fired up.
It's not like back in the 80s where you would see people that on the bus. There were safety in numbers. I come in every day on Paco. It's a nightmare. It's a total nightmare.
And because you're legally blind, you have no choice.
You have no choice. And the choice I had to make is, okay, I can either wait for a bus and get shot, or I can walk down Walnut Street, and maybe if I'm moving right now, it will take them a little bit longer. That's the situation that I'm facing every day. But then again, it could be worse. I could have to park here in Philadelphia, which would really be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Hey, this segment, seriously, is sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Experience an unforgettable evening with Best Work Industries for the Blind at their Dining in the Dark event. This is October 2nd, Adventure Aquarium in Camden, New Jersey. Explore your senses while supporting a meaningful cause. Secure your spot today. Visit bestworkindustries.org. You can register. Thank you, Best Work Industries for the Blind. Appropriately sponsoring this segment is our very own Jimmy Kelly, who we love dearly, who is legally blind, and as a child went to, I know even your classmates, right, where you went to school here, are listening.
Some are.
Yeah.
And, we all took SEPTA, and back then there was safety in numbers. It wasn't as bad as it was now, but nowadays you get between SEPTA buses, these idiots on these scooters that drive around here, and now the big thing is, well, if I'm driving a scooter, I got to have some music playing, so let's just get one of those JBL boom boxes or whatever and drive around and just be. And I see some of these people driving around on the train tracks with them.
Oh my God!
Seriously,
Jimmy,
they're,
would you
they're
be
driving
okay
on
if
the
they're
platform?
Would you be okay if they're blasting Sean Hannity off of their speakers?
It wouldn't matter right now. Well, if they were
What would he
blasting
say?
Sean Hannity right now, they should fall on the tracks, to be honest with you.
The Jimmy Kelly show debuts immediately after Phil Lomquist Saturday night.
Jimmy Kelly's on a bigger tear than Trump was on Truth Social last night with those memes.
I got to tell you, I did not see this Jimmy Kelly rant coming.
You didn't see this Jimmy Kelly rant. Even Jimmy Kelly didn't see this Jimmy Kelly rant coming.
Jimmy, Sean Hannity's on the line, is he not? He's not.
He
happy?
is.
Yeah,
Let's go to Sean Hannity. I can't see this guy, and he's telling you all this and all that, and he used to be my board op back in the day. And look, we're going to talk about this SEPTA thing. Newt Gingrich on the program, Greg Jarrett, Hannity, Fox News channel. Don't forget CDVR.
Love it.
All right, Hannity, Fox News, see ya.
Whoa,
It's so
fired up.
good.
That was awesome.
It really is. Just
Man.
close
So
your
good.
eyes when he does that, and you just picture Hannity.
I picture his stupid square head saying everything that he's. It's a box. He looks like a Lego man.
I used to work with a producer here, and we would sit there, no lie, and just take bets on the predictability of Hannity's show. She would come in and say, "All right, Jim, Dollar said it's going to be Ann Coulter on the program." I'm like, "All right, I'll take that." And it's like, we have Ann Coulter on the program today, and it was $1 less.
It's like that scene from Trading Places,
Yeah,
$1.
exactly.
Who's more fired up, Jimmy Kelly or Eagles fans who are already tailgating and liquored up?
Oh,
It started
Eagles
last
fans
night.
tailgating and liquored up.
Yeah.
Believe me.
I think the Eagles fans are a little more fired up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Home opener,
But not by
Nick Hale.
much.
I know.
Yep.
The forecast. Can you believe it? We've had a stretch. We've had basically no rain of significance for
I know.
like 2 weeks, Nick. And now look at tonight.
That's right, Dawn. 66 degrees right now. It's going up to 83, but the rain will come probably in the pregame around 7 o'clock. The heaviest downpours expected between 8 and 9, and then it should die down, but lightning in the area as well, which could cause a delay at some point. Hopefully that does not occur because we have to be up for 6 a.m. tomorrow. And, of course, Sean Farish will be back with us again tomorrow at 7:45. Philly weather.
Hell yeah.
It's brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes. We'll try to get to this free speech story in the UK, but we do have to rip Kathy Hochul because her TDS went to a different level yesterday on the eve of football returning. We will fill you in with the incorrect details from the Bucktooth Bandit, as Sean Farish likes to say.
Yes.
And that's coming up next. Stay there.
Summertime's here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is always paramount. Yes, summer's still here technically until the 22nd of this month. But every change of the season, I always have my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to get our AC unit or our HVAC unit all ready for the new season. Take my advice. Get your unit serviced. And if Marvin E. Cans, my guys, feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane, Trane, unit. So it's hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, marvinecans.com, KANZE.com, Marvin E. Cans. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
7:26 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Stocker back tomorrow. Farish with us again tomorrow at 7:45 for the cut sheet, which is coming up in just about 19 minutes. We'll get to free speech shortly, but before free speech, we have to get to capitalism. So, for those not in the know, but I would assume most people in this audience are Eagle fans, watch some level of NFL football. There's a thing called the Red Zone channel. And on Sundays, whether, back in the day, if you had like DirecTV or Dish, you would pay an extra fee for the Red Zone channel. And their mantra was 7 hours of commercial-free football. So you would get from 1 o'clock all the way until about 8 o'clock. No interruptions, just games going from game to game, city to city, touchdown to touchdown. Anytime anybody would get close to the 20-yard line, they'd zone in on that game. Sometimes they'd have 2 or 3 or 4 different screens up at one point in a row. So now the Red Zone channel was involved in a transaction with the National Football League and ESPN. And the NFL is now going to start running commercials. So a lot of people are pissed off about that. And then you get the ringleader of the Five Stooges, Kathy Hochul. By the way, the Five Stooges are Kathy Hochul, Andrew Cuomo, Bill de Blasio, Eric Adams, and Zohran Mamdani. And Kathy Hochul, in response to the NFL Red Zone now having commercials, tweeted this yesterday: "More commercials, less football. Trump's America. NFL and ESPN, you have time to fix this." This is a classic example of what TDS can do to the brain. It replaces logic with incorrect, obsessive, delusional takes that for some reason always circle back to the 47th president of the United States. Trump has nothing to do with this. And believe it or not, I can't believe I'm saying this because I hate ESPN, especially with all of their political slants to the far left. ESPN has nothing to do with this. This is the NFL, capitalism, and maybe you want to say corporate greed as well. But when I saw this, I had to bring this up because I know Sean Farish, as a resident New Yorker, you have a deep admiration for Kathy Hochul.
First of all, do not insult me like that. I'm a former resident of New York. I'm a native New Yorker.
Yes.
But I'm a former resident of New York and a current very happy, very joyful, very just elated homeowner in the great free income tax-less state of Tennessee. The bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul, okay, wants to blame Trump for every single problem that exists. And that tweet that you're referencing, I actually commented underneath it and said, is it Trump's fault when somebody draws your eyebrows in the wrong spot on your head too? Because she has problems with that. Okay, this woman will find any reason to blame Donald Trump for anything. Okay, this is why I say people from Buffalo are born sideways, because they come up with takes like this. Again, I still don't know what born sideways means, but it fits for the people that come out of that city. If you've ever experienced the Buffalo Bills fans before, while passionate, are very strange people. Okay? Maybe they spend too much time getting buried by snow when the lake effect machine kicks in October and they got to dig their way out. I don't know. But this woman she is a mess. Donald Trump has nothing to do with the NFL or Red Zone or whatever, right? And it used to be like the Verizon Red Zone channel. They're like, Red Zone brought to you by Verizon. I was like, oh, Verizon can provide the Red Zone? Why don't we switch the New York Jets team over to Verizon, because they sure as hell don't know how to get into the damn Red Zone. But the whole point of the matter is, with this whole channel, now there's commercials on it. Like you said, even if it was ESPN, I'm a capitalist. If you think there's a market there and there's space that's attractive, real estate that's attractive for advertisers, you have every right to go ahead and advertise on that and sell spots to make a little bit of money. I may not like it, but you have the right to do it. And I have the right to cancel the service if I don't want it. But the fact that she's blaming Trump is just ridiculous. And she got wrecked in those comments. I can't stand this woman. I can't stand her. And I hope she gets smoked next year in the election by Elise Stefanik. I think is a possibility.
What do the kids like to call it? She got ratioed?
Yeah, ratioed. I didn't ratio. It means you have to get more likes than the person. I didn't, yet. hopefully.
Yeah.
But I
will.
did make the eyebrows
Thanks,
comment.
Yeah.
The eyebrows
Yeah.
comment was hysterical.
It's unbelievable.
Jeremy Burke on the YouTube chat says, "We Buffalonians," which I never knew that was. We Buffalonians do not claim Hochul. For the record.
Okay, no. So not all the people from Buffalo were born sideways, but many of them do. Are Jeremy Burke. We'll let it slide for Jeremy Burke. Even though he's a Bills fan, I will say that he is. We will revoke his sideways birth diagnosis.
I was actually surprised to see this. I looked this up just now because I thought it was closer than it really was. I thought Buffalo was big Trump country in upstate New York, but I'm looking here at the city of Buffalo. Harrison Walls won the county, which is Erie County, by 42,000 votes. And it looks like they gathered about 3/4 of the city vote in Buffalo. I don't know. Maybe there's other parts of upstate New York where Trump did better. But for some reason, I thought that Buffalo was Trump country, but I'm wrong.
Well, here's the thing about Buffalo. First of all, it's an alleged city now, and I don't say that in jest. Like it's a shell of its former self. There's not in the city of Buffalo, like the actual city of, but there's not even a supermarket anymore. That's how little people live there, right?
Wow.
Like people do there. It's one of those food deserts that you hear about. You can get, you can find a supermarket in Amherst and some of the cities surrounding Buffalo, but the biggest thing they have going for them right now is the football team. That's probably single-handedly keeping that city alive, and the colleges. You have University of Buffalo. You have the State University, and I think there's another college there. So think of it, college town. There is a minority population in Buffalo. Not saying that, I think every minority person votes Democrat, but the way those splits usually go. But college town, minority population, shell of a former self of a city. So that would be why it goes blue. The rest of upstate New York, aside from like Syracuse, Rochester, and Binghamton, is hardcore Trump country. Oh, and Albany, of course. Albany's, again, state capital. So basically, look wherever there's a college,
right?
Okay, and you'll see blue. Anywhere where there's not a college, all right, even like the Oneonta area, that's in Otsego County, I think. That's a red county, but the college is a very blue area. The town of Oneonta is, Democrat run. I believe it's Democrat run.
855-839-1210. All right, final story before we get to the cut sheet. This is wild. This is about free speech as we go across the pond, where now a comedian who goes by the name of Graham Linehan was arrested over posts that he made online. And the head of the Metropolitan Police is now calling on the government to change or clarify the law following the arrest of the comedian Graham Linehan over these posts he made on social media. The 57-year-old was arrested under the Public Order Act on Monday on suspicion of inciting violence in relation to posts about trans people on X. On Wednesday, the commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, defended the officers involved, but said he recognized, quote, concern caused by such incidents given differing perspectives on the balance between free speech and the risks of inciting violence in the real world. Then, earlier on Wednesday, the health secretary, Wes Streeting, said the government needed to look at the relevant legislation following the arrest, adding ministers, quote, want the police to focus on policing streets rather than tweets. Now, the tweet that got him in hot water is as follows. He says, quote, on X, if a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the big balls. That's right from his tweet. Punch him in the testicles. So now you have the New York Times picking up this story with a headline saying the UK should clarify free speech laws after comedian's arrest, and then the Associated Press in typical slappy fashion with the way they operate. And you can see the post right now from the Associated Press on YouTube. I mean, they're basically saying some people say free speech is good. Others say you should be arrested for jokes. We're not here to judge. Well, I mean, for God's sakes, you're the Associated Press. You know a thing, or you should know a thing or two about free speech. And now the big argument is over transgendered individuals being considered a protected class. So I'm not sure where you guys stand on this, but as a free speech absolutist, I think this is kind of laughable. I mean, London has fallen. I know we throw that phrase around, but it's not really tongue in cheek. It's become a disaster. I guess if you want to sit there and go into the weeds and say, well, is this a joke from a comedian or is this a real threat? I mean, sure, we can have that conversation. When you make threats, there are repercussions, but the trans community is a protected class from perceived jokes. That's where we're at. I know it's not our country, but I mean, California exists. I can see this happening in California, right?
Yeah. But this is the problem, right? The whole dead naming or, if posting jokes on the internet is now being criminalized, that just, put me in cuffs now because that's all I do. Seriously, or using the wrong pronouns or whatever the hell it is that they're doing in England. It's just go ahead, slap the cuffs on me, give me my cell in the gulag, and let's just call it a day, right? Because this is ridiculous. Jokes are jokes, right? You should not be punished legally for posting humor online and seeing as how, and this makes sense, by the way, and I don't care who I upset. This is all England. These stuffy, snobby soccer fans. Oh, you can't joke about, we have to be proper. Take your proper and shove it up your trans behind. How's that sound? Okay? because this is the problem with England. Everything's got to be, we have to be polite. No, you know what? First of all, soccer's not a real sport, even though these guys run like 8 miles a match. That's fine. They flop like LeBron James. This all stems from that. That's where it all comes from. It all comes from the fact that they prioritize a foot fairy game to be their national sport. That's why they're so sensitive. That's what it is, right? They're all running around like Tinkerbell, flopping around. That's the whole problem. The problem is soccer. That's where it all comes from.
Well, the Reform Party there is leading in the polls. So this is a popular issue as far as the Reform Party. In other words, this is somebody who I believe is an ally to Trump.
Okay.
Nigel Farage.
Yes.
No relation to Sean Farage. Yeah. No relation to Sean Farish. It's
Right.
Nigel
Correct.
Farage. Just teasing. But he's saying that this raises the issue of free speech. I know their police chief in London was saying the police are in an impossible situation.
Yeah.
Don't blame the cops. The cops were sent there. And so basically the police chief, without actually saying this, by saying it was an impossible situation, he was essentially airing his grievance that our cops are put in this horrible situation. Look, I just think in this country, thank God, we have the First Amendment, and then we have the Second Amendment to back it up.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But
I love me some Second Amendment.
Well, it's just outrageous. Think about this and go to the setting. So let's say this is a 57-year-old comedian. If he tells this joke in a London comedy club, are they arresting him there for the speech?
Yes.
Or
Unbelievable.
Or are we overreacting? And I know Greg's not here today, but if Greg was here, I would say the same thing. Greg always says, be mindful of what you tweet because I can't defend your tweet as much as I could defend your speech on the radio. I don't understand, and maybe, Sean, you know this answer as somebody who has created an unbelievable market for himself in the social media era. Why do tweets trigger people more than speech itself? Like, I could say something with my mouth, but because I did it on a keyboard and it sits there and lives there in front of your face, you react even more aggressively. I've never understood that. Even when I was doing sports radio, my boss would be like, was there really a need to tweet that? And I'm like, would you stop being a C word? Now that we're talking about England.
Clown.
Right. Well, look, I think the reason why social media is essentially more, I want to say but damaging, or people will use it and say it's more significant. That's the word I'm looking for than just speech itself. Is I think because social media used to, at least, and now even nowadays it does, even though there's a lot of fakes out there, give you more of an insight into who a person really was, because they're not on the clock when they post it, right? So when you're on the clock and you're spouting, the company line, right, for lack of a better term, you're more likely to censor yourself, right, to not lose your job. But when you're off the clock, you're more unfiltered, more uncensored. So you're generally being maybe a little more honest. I think this needs to be looked at. And that's why a lot of people on their social media profiles will say, opinions are my own, not of my employer.
Yeah.
This way, the employer can't be held liable. And in many cases, the person can't be held liable for what they say. Now, if you're out there tweeting racial slurs and nasty things, and the employer can look at that and say, because we employ you, this is conduct that is detrimental to our reputation. That's one thing. If you post something that says, men should not be in the women's restroom or something like that, in terms of common sense or illegal alien stuff, right? And an employer comes to you and wants to fire you over that, you will win, I think, in court for wrongful termination. In this day and age, maybe 5 years ago, no. But in this day and age, you'll win, I think.
This comedian, by the way, he's in court today, speaking of that.
Oh, okay. Maybe we get an update at some point, or it'll fall right in Dawn's lap coming up at 10 o'clock. There you go. Excuse me.
With his stupid little tea and crumpets.
Yeah.
And he's
I like that.
soccer playing English.
What'd you call it? A foot fairy.
Foot fairies.
Foot
It's a
fairy.
foot fairy game.
I like that.
That's what it is.
That'll
You know what's funny, too? All I hear about, it's the world's biggest sport. Yeah, well, the world is stupid. All right? How about that? All right? Now, and they're like, MLS. MLS is growing in the, it is? Really? You probably couldn't name 10 teams.
No.
If there even are 10 teams. I can't stand soccer. I hate it.
I agree. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? We find out next. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7:48. It is a Thursday morning, September 4th. The NFL back tonight in Philadelphia. Eagles, Cowboys. We might have some bad weather this evening. And we have lots and lots of good clips today for the cut sheet. I think we have, Phil Almquist said, we have 80 clips. I think he was being a little facetious, but I think we are well north of 45 clips. So why waste any more time? Hell, we're already 3.5 minutes late, Jimmy Kelly. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by absolutely nobody on a Thursday. And we are going to start with clip 3 because Phil Almquist actually brought in a very interesting story courtesy of the New York Post that will tie into a couple of these clips. Let's start with clip 3, and we're going to round back to Chicago, the Windy City, where, you know, Jiggly Belly is against federal law enforcement. Brandon Johnson, with his 7% approval rating and his IQ of 5, blames red states and guns, not the fact that there's criminals walking around with 13 priors, killing people to the tune of, 55 deaths over a holiday weekend. Just unbelievable. Let's start with clip 3. Brandon Johnson once again comes out yesterday, blames gun violence in Chicago on DJT and all of the surrounding red states.
We will never be able to end gun violence in Chicago as long as the president continues to allow tens of thousands of guns to be trafficked into our state and our city. The vast majority of guns do not come from Chicago. They are not made in Cook County. They are not bought in the state of Illinois. These guns come from red states. They are coming from Indiana. They are coming from Mississippi. They are coming from Louisiana. And that is the harsh reality, whether Republicans like it or not. Occupying our city will do nothing to solve this problem.
You know, Sean Farish, I thought Lori Lightfoot was perhaps the dumbest mayor in America until she was replaced by somebody even dumber, which is really a fascinating concept because when you look at all these progressive mayors in big blue cities, you can actually give a little bit of credit and some points to Bowser in D.C., who just went about signing an executive order saying, we would like this help indefinitely. Thank you, Mr. President. But apparently in the Windy City, Brandon Johnson's going to go down kicking and screaming on another losing issue that Democrats fail with.
It's so funny you mentioned Lightfoot because I hit on this the other day. We were talking about it, right? How Lightfoot was, a one-term mayor of Chicago, the first one-term mayor in a very long time in Chicago. And I said, I don't understand this, because the left told me basically that based off all the boxes that she checked off, right? Short, fat, gay, stupid, black, ugly, etc., that she would be the best mayor ever, right? She checks off all the diversity boxes. And according to the left, diversity is our strength. Well, then what happened with Lori Lightfoot? Because she checked off like 6 or 7 boxes there and was awful and got run out of town. They picked someone worse, right? They picked a literal communist in Brandon Johnson. So, the fact that, and here we go again, just like Kathy Hochul and some of these other, Jiggly Belly Pritzker. He went for a walk the other day, too. Did you see that? Yeah. I heard it the same day he was walking, and I heard at the same time they felt, about a magnitude 5.7 in Chicago while he was doing that. It was, Jurassic Park is that scene when they feel the T-Rex coming, and they have the cup of water, and you get the vibrations, like those ripples that was happening with Jiggly Belly walking around. Right? It was just,
Who are you riding with in a fight, in a sumo match, if you had to place a bet? Jiggly Belly or
Sloppy Chris Christie?
I don't know, but Trump posted that meme last night on Truth Social of both of them sumo wrestling, and I damn near cried myself to sleep. I was laughing so hard. But no, the whole of the first step in this process is always to blame Trump, even though Trump says I'm going to fix it. Brandon Johnson said it's actually Trump's fault that it exists in the first place, which is ridiculous. And I agree with Nick, to a point, and we'll see if she's actually learned, or if she's just kind of paying lip service. Muriel Bowser, right? The Koopa Troopa herself. We'll see if she follows through with it. But to this point, she has seemed very receptive and thankful and grateful for the actions of the administration that have cleaned up her city. And this is what we said a couple weeks ago when I joined you guys on Friday and said, look, I think he struck gold here, right? Because he is putting out publicly the formula, the blueprint to clean up these cities. It's never going to be perfect, but it could definitely be better. Donald Trump is putting forth that blueprint. He's showing everybody how easy it is. You just have to try. And you just have to cooperate with a tough on crime initiative, which is not what's happening in Illinois. Jiggly Belly doesn't want to play ball. Obviously, Johnson doesn't want to play ball. Other blue state, mayors, governors, county executives, whatever, don't want to play ball because they can't give Trump the win. And it's not to Trump's expense. It's at their own people's expense, which is really the shame here.
Yeah. Dawn, what year were you in Chicago in your career?
At CBS. It was right out of college. So this was, I'm trying to think of who was mayor at the time. It's a sin.
Okay.
But it was right out of college.
All right. So then you were not there for this, but Phil printed this courtesy of the New York Post. Chicago tried a Trump-style surge to stop crime over a decade ago, and it worked. But Democrat leaders canned it because of the optics. They write, this is from Alex Oliviero from the New York Post. Chicago experimented with using federal agents and a flood of cops to tackle crime nearly a decade ago, and it saved lives. But Dem city leaders canned the program and didn't ask for more help because they feared the optics would ruin their careers, according to a prosecutor who helped plan the crime-fighting push. The Windy City flooded its 3 most dangerous districts with extra Chicago cops and agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the U.S. Marshals during a single weekend in November 2016 as part of the experiment, and the operation was a stunning success.
Imagine that.
Optics over safety, right?
Imagine that.
Why would you, again, you're on the wrong side of another 80-20 issue, and instead of taking up the resources that Trump is offering, you're playing politics and saying, we don't want and we don't need your help. And you talk about going from Lightfoot to Johnson and how bad that is. New York's on the verge of going from Eric Adams to Zohran Mamdani. So Philadelphia, I mean, we hit the Powerball by avoiding Helen Gim when we went from Kenny to Sherrell Parker. Sherrell Parker makes Brandon Johnson makes Sherrell Parker look like a MAGA Republican. Unbelievable. Dopes.
Yeah, and think about when that happened. And so it happened before defund the police. And so something was working.
That's right.
And then, so they have a successful program. Then here we go with the summer of love, not so much 2020, and then the pandemic.
Yep.
And everything was reversed. You think about everything we've been through over the past, you mentioned a decade. It's incredible to me. It feels like 100 years in some ways. But now I think what's happened is everybody looks back and realized, first of all, BLM, nobody even talks about Black Lives Matter here in Philadelphia. Remember that? Everything was boarded up. Shops were closed. People were afraid. And so what happened was everybody at first thought, oh, this is great. But then we realized the BLM, those individuals turned out to be scammers.
Yep, total scam
They took the money for
operation.
themselves.
Yep.
Nobody in the community, whether it's the African American community, the business community, whatever you want, the community at large, everybody realizes, well, that was a horrible idea. The whole thing was a hot mess. And so now I think it's the refund the police movement. Who is 100% behind it? Pretty much people in the community, especially if you're in the city of Philadelphia or in Chicago or in, pick a city, New York City.
Yep. You're absolutely right. I like that. Refund.
Refund
the police.
You better copyright
Yes.
that. Get on that, Stenzel, before somebody
Get it.
capitalizes on that.
That's right.
All right, let's stay with Chicago a little bit more. We're going to get to Trump in a second, but let's drop one down here, Phil. Let's go to clip 4. We mentioned Lori Lightweight. So here's Lightfoot talking
She's not
about-
lightweight. You take a look at her. She's not a lightweight.
Political lightweight. Who, by the way, had a nice little out, by the way, nice little landing spot. After she left Chicago, where did she get hired? Harvard. No, it must be
Of
nice.
course. She looks like Admiral Akbar, by the way, from Star Wars. It's a trap, right? That's Admiral Akbar. So you have 2 Star Wars characters in Illinois. You have Jabba the Gov, right? That's J.B. Pritzker, Jiggly Belly, and then obviously it's a trap, Admiral Akbar. So Wubba Dubba.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Lightfoot.
Wubba Dubba. Is that my Wubba Dubba clip?
You are on the board, sir.
Oh,
let's go.
Yep. The board keeps expanding. Jimmy Kelly's going to create like the 10th page.
So the board is essentially Pritzker's waistline. It just keeps getting bigger and
Ever
bigger.
expanding, yeah.
Gotcha.
Just like my waistline, actually.
We call him a gas giant, by the way. Like Jupiter.
Let's go to Lightfoot. Clip 4, once again, blaming the president. Clip 4, Lori Lightfoot. Do we have it? I thought I saw
September
it.
4th.
Clip 4, going once, going twice. All right, let's go down to clip 10. Let's stay with Chicago and hear from the president. Clip 10A. Here's Donald Trump talking about making the determination with Chicago or perhaps going to the red state of Louisiana. Remember, that was a big talking point a few days ago. Always picking blue states and blue cities. Well, what about blue cities and red states? Louisiana's a red state, but New Orleans is a blue city. Let's go to clip 10A, Donald Trump.
Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They said crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago or do we go to a place like New Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country that's become quite tough, quite bad. So we're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks, easier than D.C. But we could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us to go into Chicago if we don't have the support of some of these politicians. But I'll tell you who is supporting us, the people of Chicago. And I sort of want them to let it be known they have incompetent people.
Yeah, total incompetence. I will say this. When you look at the success in Washington, D.C., you look at what they were able to do in L.A., you look at what most of the people want in Chicago, this is such a winning issue for Trump because the border secured. We don't even really talk about it anymore. I mean, it's a major victory. Then he moved into the tariffs. Tariffs still a thing. We got stuff going on in the courts with the legality of it and the illegality of it. But right now, for the next handful of months, the next major thing that he has zeroed in on that is once again a winning issue is crime. And I ride this out for the rest of this calendar year. And I don't know how many more cities this will occur in. Do we want to see this off the top? Probably not. But is it absolutely necessary in 8, 10, 12 different major cities, blue or red state be damned? And what's the common denominator here, Sean Farish? Democrat-controlled property, and most of them are far-left progressive Democrats.
That's right. I mean, look at the mayor of New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell. She's being indicted for mortgage fraud, by the way. Not mortgage fraud, wire fraud, by the way. So she's got her own little corruption and fraud case going on, and it's always these blue areas. You know, they say, well, what about red states? Well, again, you mentioned like Texas, but the crime isn't in Texas as a whole. It's in places like Dallas and San Antonio and Houston, right? They say, oh, Louisiana's got a lot of crime. Yes, because of Baton Rouge, which is run by a Republican now, but hasn't been for a long time. New Orleans has not been run by a Republican in forever. Mm-hmm. You look at Tennessee. They say, oh, there's a lot of crime in Tennessee. Well, there's crime in Tennessee in two spots, Memphis and Nashville. Two Democrat strongholds, the only two Democrat strongholds in this state, right? Here's the thing. I don't think these states need the federal government to come in. The governor can mobilize the National Guard, the state National Guard, whenever he wants. So I don't think they necessarily need Trump, but I'm very happy to see them working with the White House to provide assistance. If Donald Trump wants to deploy either military or federalized National Guard troops to protect federal assets, federal buildings, federal property, which he's allowed to do under Title 10, as was proved in that case Newsom filed against Trump after the LA deployment. It came out in the courts that he is allowed to deploy federal troops to protect federal property anywhere he wants, if the city has been determined to be in need of that, right? If the current circumstances demand it. So again, I think, Nick, you're right. 100% winning issue for Trump. Crime's not an 80-20 issue. Crime's a 95-5 issue, right? I mean, it's as close to unanimous as possible. Nobody wants, in these cities where, you know, the cost of living is higher, nobody wants to walk outside of their overpriced apartment, let's say in New York City, and fear for their life on the sidewalk because somebody is stalking them, right? Nobody wants to have to keep their back pushed up against the wall like they're in a prison shower because they're afraid of getting pushed on the tracks of the subway in the path of an oncoming train, right? Nobody wants to live like that. And the only reason they have to live like that in these Democrat-run cities is because the people in charge don't want to fix the problem. Donald Trump is showing you that if you want to fix it, like the border, you can get it done, and you can get it done fairly quickly. Mm-hmm. They don't want to fix it. They love pointing out that crime is an issue and running on will fix the issue, and then they never fix the issue, and they create more of an issue to point at the boogeyman and then say, oh, you know, it's Republicans holding you down or it's white people holding you down, and vote for me, I'll fix it. You've been in power for the last 100 years. Yep. And it's only gotten worse. When will people realize? That's my question. So, when will the voters realize that they're repeating the same behaviors and expecting different results? It's literally insanity. Mm-hmm. That's what it is.
Yep. It's always the gun's fault, not the person's fault, right? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, as if the guns are, you know, they're suddenly animated and come to life.
They come to life like a stuffed animal.
They're sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal. But I do like things being blown to smithereens. I love seeing destruction of bad people or bad governments or
bad hombres.
Bad hombres. Let's go to clip 5B, Phil Almquist. Here is Pete Hegseth talking about the destruction of narco-terrorists on a boat.
The president put that video of him eviscerating, blowing up that boat coming across with all of the drugs on board. And the president said on social, on Truth Social, let them be on notice to anybody bringing drugs to the U.S. Beware. So the president is sending a message to other cartels, right?
A very clear one. I can tell you that was definitely not artificial intelligence. I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what they were doing, and we knew exactly who they represented. And that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the United States, trying to poison our country with illicit drugs. Last year, under the Biden administration, all 4 years, 100,000 Americans died from drug-related from drugs, from the use of drugs, many of which poured in from Central and South America through our southwest border. Now, we're sealing the border, but President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been. And to send that clear signal to Tren de Aragua, Cartel del Sols, and others emanating from Venezuela, we're not going to allow this kind of activity. You're poisoning our people. We've got incredible assets, and they are gathering in the region. And so you want to try to traffic drugs, It's a new day. It's a different day. And so those 11 drug traffickers are no longer with us, sending a very clear signal that this is an activity the United States is not going to tolerate in our hemisphere.
Yeah, it's unbelievable when you think about the last administration and that open border and the amount of fentanyl created in China and then distributed through the cartels up through the southern border. And look, I get it. I'm not condoning the use of marijuana, but kids are kids and teens are teens and teens smoke marijuana. And when a teen unknowingly is smoking weed that is laced with fentanyl and dies, and then the parent has to bury their child, and the left didn't seem to care, right? They wanted 15 million new potential voters. They think 80% roughly will vote Democrat eventually down the road. And the lack of empathy there, but yet empathy for towards the people that just got blown to hell in a boat. Again, another issue, Farish, where I'm like, this is common sense. Nobody other than drug dealers themselves are on the side of drug dealers, except for Democrats, apparently.
48,422 Americans died in 2024 from fentanyl alone. Okay? 48,000. That's a Major League Baseball stadium. Okay? I mean, just think of that, right? An entire stadium full of people gone because that drug came into the country. For the left to come out and defend these people, then that's what they're doing. These were just fishermen. Okay, what is this, the Maryland? These were fishermen? Who's driving a fishing boat with 4 outboard motors, 1,000 horsepower apiece in international waters with no fishing pulse? Right? Well, what are we doing? Right? How are they fishing? What are they, spear fishing? What are we doing? Right? They say they're just fishermen with a couple of bags of drugs. Oh, that kind of sounds like fiery, but mostly peaceful, right? Or ABC News during the LA riot saying, it's just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn. How'd the cars start burning? They don't do that unless it's a Tesla in the cold. Then that's what happens. But, look, think of it. 48,000 Americans dead from fentanyl alone. That's no good. Okay, over the course of the last 10 years, I mean, you're in the hundreds of thousands. Why you would not want to curb that any way you can is beyond me. This is, again, Dawn and I did this last week. This is your brain, and then this is your brain on TDS, right? Like Nick, you said the same thing about the Bucktooth Botox Bandit of Buffalo, right? The Kathy Hochul. It's scrambled eggs. Your sanity, your ability to use logic, your ability to reason goes out the window when you start, waking up every morning like Tim Walz, looking at your phone, hoping the president's dead, right? Because that's what he said the other day. Where are all the people? Where's the party of joy now?
Right.
48,000 Americans died because of this, because of fentanyl. We took out 11 Tren de Aragua, that we call them Tren de Annihilated. We took out 11 Tren de Aragua. They're now fish food. I'm glad they're fish food. And I hope it happens every day until it stops. People are like, did you really vote for this? Yes, I did. I voted for bad hombres to get smoked out at sea because they're bringing fentanyl into our country and killing our children. Yeah. Yes, I voted precisely for this.
Go ahead, Don.
It was 2 things, what I'll say, and I agree with everything you guys are saying and what you just said, Sean. 2 things. Number 1, Trump is saying, once again, controlling the news narrative, changing the narrative, because for a while there, under the previous administration, it was like, oh, well, nothing to see here. This is life in the big city. Zombie people walking around just dying before our eyes, parents looking for their kids, and they're coming to Kent, right here in the shadow of where we are. I mean, coming here to Philadelphia, where you have like zombie land, where these the drugged up young people who their parents, then you see parents with a picture. Have you seen my son? Have you seen my daughter? And everybody just said, oh, well, this is life in the big city. Trump is saying, no. Whether you want to say it's an act of terror with these druggies, bringing in the gangs, the drug lords, whatever, whether they're coming in, or whether you're going to say the criminals, the criminal elements. I think Trump, what he's saying is, no, we're declaring war on this. These are terrorists in some form in our country. Zero tolerance for this. Why would any society tolerate it? The rest of the world looks at us. We're wealthy. We have enough resources to deal with this. And I'm thankful for that. And I think that's the point, that as Democrats look at this, and you saw in real time, DC's mayor, you mentioned Mayor Bowser, you saw her reacting at first, oh no, and then slowly she's getting inundated with calls from her constituents saying, I can walk down my street. I'm safe.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at this. I can hear the crickets.
I also feel like a lot of people don't even know just how small the small trace amount of fentanyl and how many people it can kill.
Just a speck.
I remember
A
reading
tiny little bit under your
Yeah.
fingernail.
God.
I mean,
remember-
little.
Yeah,
can hurt you.
somebody had told me, and somebody in the know, a former, I don't think it was a DEA agent, but somebody in law enforcement said you could fill up a trunk of a car with fentanyl and come close to wiping out an entire time zone of people in the United States.
Yep.
Think about that. I mean, that's how wild this is. So you don't.
And there
need
are
to
people,
yeah.
Nick, that are saying these people who are bringing it into our country deserve due process. You know that the people that are bringing this in are somehow the victims here. The victims are the 50,000 people who died last year and their families. And you have, because Donald Trump took that one boat out, 11 Tren de Aragua people, and the drugs that were on the boat, because it was Trump, they are now pro-narco terrorism, okay?
Yep.
And I'll say this, and I've said this a bunch. If Joe Biden dropped a bomb on the cartels last year, I would have said, you know what? I don't like Joe Biden. I don't know what his intentions are, but good.
Yep.
That's 11 less terrorists in the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
They can't even do that.
Yep.
They want to say we're in a cult? No. You are in a death cult. You were just obsessed that the guy died for the last 3 days. You were like, he's dead. Oh, he is? He's playing golf today. No, he's not. He's dead. He's covering up. He has to show me proof of life. Proof of life? Why? Because you made some crap up and repeated it a bunch of times on the internet? They're a death cult. Now they're celebrating the non-existent rights of foreign narco-terrorists that are bringing in drugs that are killing this nation's children and adults, by the way.
Yep.
I mean, come on. It's unbelievable.
And that's why Judge Janine in her red suit at the warehouse where she talked about the largest seizure of methamphetamine chemicals seized in United States history.
Yep.
Beautiful job.
Yes.
Take us to the judge, Dawn. Take us to clip 20.
Judge,
Phil Almquist.
you go.
Look at this. This is the power red suit, baby.
You know, Nick Kayal was like, oh, look at her.
I'm going to need a moment alone, boys.
He's having his.
1,300 barrels of precursors that are being used to make methamphetamines. These precursors were seized as a result of work by my office in Washington, D.C., along with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. These 1,300 barrels were shipped from Shanghai, China, to Mexico.
Janet.
We intercepted these precursors on the high seas, and now the Sinaloa cartel will not be able to use them to make methamphetamines. And the bottom line is this: whenever there is an effort on the part of foreign terrorist organizations to create drugs that are killing Americans, we will seize them, whether it's on the high seas or whether it's in the country or a foreign country. And by the way, it's going to take 24 18-wheelers to take all of these containers and put them in a secure storage facility. And that's what we're doing in D.C., but we're doing it in Houston today. And you never know where we're going to be tomorrow.
Nothing like a Lebanese judge in a red suit that doesn't F around. Man, that's wife material right there, folks.
Nick Kayal's got a crush. He was
no
4
doubt.
a.m.
Nick
he was
Kayal's got a
watching-
crush.
Yeah, he was watching. He's got mommy issues. I don't know. He's got Judge Janine issues, but he was watching it in slow mo.
She
at
tolerates
4 a.m.
no
you know?
hogwash. Love it. Now, we know Democrats can't sing, right? Every time they get together to protest, it's
I love
cringe. But you know who can sing? We've established that the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is very good at singing and putting out
does have a good
videos
voice.
on social media. Phil, let's go to clip 12F as we kind of wrap up our cartel conversation.
F, huh? Wonder why.
12F as we get a little row your boat.
Row your boat gently down the stream. We dropped a bomb right on their heads, the best you've ever seen. The fake news and the left are melting down and throwing fits, 'cause we took these bad hombres out and blew them all to bits. The FAFO president has a message for the cartels. If you bring drugs into our country, we'll bomb you straight to hell.
It's called F Around and Find Out. And these bad hombres effed around, and now they found out, and now they're fish food. Tren de Aragua is Tren de annihilated. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I saw that last night. I was like, this has got to be on the cut sheet. All right, so take us behind the scenes. Take us behind the music here. How long did it take you to write that up and produce that and then put the final version out? How many takes did it take?
Okay, so first of all, writing it, I was on my way to meet a friend. He does a radio show here in Tennessee, Michael Patrick Leahy. And my car was in the shop, so I was in my wife's car. She was driving us to his studio, and I, within about a half hour, I was like, because on my stream yesterday, I said, we got to maybe remix Row, Row, Row Your Boat and kind of rub it in a little bit, right? One guy commented on Facebook about it, and he said, this is like, it's funny, but it's a little overkill. I said, yeah, that's kind of my thing. Like, I want to be ridiculous and obnoxious about it, but he thought it was hilarious. So I said, let's rub this in. I'm thinking about Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Came up with the first verse in the top of my head, and started writing it down, came naturally, got home. And I put it together. It took a bunch of takes to get the lines down the way I wanted it, but once it went out, I put it up and everyone seemed to laugh. So I think it's a good one, and it really got the left really upset because they're like, "Oh, you're celebrating so much for being anti-war," and I'm like, "No, we're stopping the war, right? We're stopping the war on America by." But please keep crying in mentions and comments. It really helps, specifically on Facebook. Keep doing that.
So people are actually trying to tell you that this was an act of war from a, quote, non-war president?
Yep, war crime. They're calling it a war crime.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And as Sean talked about the 50,000+ deaths just with fentanyl, you think about drug overdoses overall, leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45, according to every statistic here in America. And the officials within the government all say the companies in China are the main source of chemicals used to make illicit drugs that enter the United States of America.
Yep.
So my question is, you have Row, Row, Row Your Boat. That happens with the, what we're talking about with the 11, accused terrorists, I'll say in air quotes, wiped out. Then you have Judge Jeanine with that huge, more than $500 million worth of what would have been a street value of methamphetamine. That one seized. So what's next? If the Trump administration is saying that that companies in China are the source of the chemicals, then what message are they really sending to China?
Right. This is where,
no, they need, and that needs to be front and center. Okay. China selling these companies somehow selling these products, selling these chemicals to the Sinaloa drug cartel, which has infiltrated our country. The southern border continues to try to this day, which is killing Americans. Okay, so it does go back to China there, and that needs to be addressed. 100% needs to be addressed. So we'll see what the administration does.
855-839-1210. I believe Daniel in Deptford wants to talk about the fentanyl crisis. Daniel, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yes, hi, good morning. I just want to raise the point that I'm never going to forget, just like never forget about 9/11, I'm never going to forget about Aurora, Colorado, when we had an act of terrorism done by Tren de Aragua members holding fully loaded automatic weapons, beating on Americans' doors with hammers, trying to get them to come out and surrender their units that they live in peacefully. And that was absolutely ridiculous. It gets forgotten about way too often by the drive-by media. And I think something like that needs to be brought up every day by the news so that we never forget exactly what kind of acts of terrorism these people were trying to commit on U.S. soil.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is like, I think yesterday when we started the show at Dawn, we were only 2 or 3 minutes in before we played the video of the narco-terrorists being blown to hell. And Stalker was just ecstatic. I mean, he was fist pumping and, go get it done. We love this. Like, I don't know who would be against this, especially you talk about, Sean, I think you mentioned it, due process. You're on international waters, and you're going to argue on behalf of the bad guys at sea and give me due process? Yeah, take that up the street.
Just a bunch of Maryland dads going fishing, right, on the boat. That's all it is.
Thank you.
No, what was that caller's name? David or Daniel? What was his name?
Daniel, yep.
Daniel brings up a great point that the Aurora, Colorado apartment complex that got taken over. And he says why, he brought up a point about it not being talked about enough in the media. And by the way, both sides of the media, left wing, right wing, whatever you want to call it. And even I don't reference it enough. I agree with him. But remember, it was Martha Raddatz, the talking catcher's mitt known as Martha Raddatz, who, I had to time that while Nick was drinking water. I wanted to see his spray.
You came close. You came close.
But it was Raddatz who said to J.D. Vance, well, it was only a handful of apartments. Oh, it's only a handful. It's okay.
Just a couple.
There should be zero. There should be no apartment complexes taken over by foreign terrorist gangs. But no, Daniel is right. 100% right. That was an act of terror, and that's not the only time it happened.
Yeah.
And then the drugs coming in and the Americans being poisoned, it needs to be addressed. And I believe, and I wholeheartedly approve and endorse the way the administration handled it the other day. Mm-hmm. They dropped the bomb. They vaporized those bad hombres, and now the only side effects, I guess, are going to be that there's going to be maybe meth sharks swimming around in the Caribbean. The left loves to tell you about gun violence, and it's one of the leading causes that they don't care about drugs. They never seem to want to talk about drugs. And I think it's interesting. I think it's worth asking, why not?
Yep.
Right?
You're
Why
right.
not?
Let's go. We started the week talking about the fallout from the Minneapolis church shooting, and Tuesday's big take, the first one back from Labor Day, was centered around what I believe is this unacceptable tolerance and empathy for mentally ill individuals and the coddling of them and the affirmation of their illness as some sort of way of protecting them in light of heinous acts like shooting up a school. J.D. Vance, let's go to clip 15B, Phil, gives a speech yesterday, I believe, after visiting the victims of the Minneapolis church shooting. Here's the Veep.
I have never had a day that will stay with me like this day did, because I really felt like these parents, in the midst of the worst grief of their entire lives, they opened up their lives and they opened up their hearts and they made me part of it. So I'd ask a couple of things, straight from the parents and straight from the families to my fellow Americans. First of all, while 2 kids lost their lives, there's still 1 kid that's in very serious condition, and every single family, the family of Lydia, who luckily recovered, but we visited her in the hospital, the family of the 2 who died, Harper and Fletcher, all 3 of those families said, please say a prayer. So to my fellow Americans, if you're the praying type, say a prayer for this innocent girl who's actually in surgery right now, that the swelling will go down, that she will be okay, because she's still in a fight for her life, and every single family to a person is desperate that the death toll, which currently is at 2, stays at 2. And I think if you're a praying type, you ought to say a prayer for this innocent young girl. The second thing that I'd say is, look, I'm speaking to my fellow Americans who are parents in particular. There is nothing that you can say that can take away the grief that these parents are dealing with. There is no word that can possibly describe the feeling or the emotion or the heartbreak. One of the ways that I'm going to try to honor these parents and the children that they lost is by being a better dad and hugging my kids tight tonight and making sure that they know that their dad loves them, because there are 2 families who are not going to get that opportunity ever again. And if you do have kids, if you're lucky enough to have a son or a daughter, make sure that they know that they love you. Make sure that you hug your kids tight, because there are families in Minneapolis who won't.
Sean, on Tuesday, I said this was my argument with no longer empathizing with the trans community, with all of these shootings that are committed by trans individuals. The DSM-5 recognizes gender dysphoria as a mental illness. And when you look at other illnesses that people are diagnosed with, after a few moments, you try to move past the empathy and get these people the treatment they need, right? Mm-hmm. Anorexia, bulimia, schizophrenia, whatever it is, drug addiction, gambling addiction, sex addiction. If you have an issue, then they need to be treated. Yet all we get from the media and the Democrats is, oh, it's okay, you're fine. You're the best version of yourself. There's 2 genders. And, I said this on Tuesday, short of that ultra rare occurrence where you're born with both male and female genitalia, and I can't even imagine trying to process that, but short of
intersex.
That, yes. But like if you're born with a penis, you are born a man, and you are not going to be a female. So we need to get past this coddling affirmation. It's okay, little Johnny, you can be Jenny. No, you can't. Like, I'm just done with it. I don't wish any ill will against any of these people. But in any other walk of life, we treat people with illnesses. We don't hug them and coddle them and tell them you're normal, because you're not. You're just not. Right.
Dawn and I talked about this last week when we were doing this, and because this was the biggest story that came from last week was this shooting. And the fact that gender dysphoria is a mental illness, okay? If you are a male and you believe you're a female born into the wrong body, you are suffering from a mental illness. I don't think less of you as a person. I feel bad, and you should be getting the treatment that you need. See, what the problem is now, and this is happening across the spectrum of all conditions, every condition, they are treating the symptoms instead of trying to solve the problem that is causing the symptoms, right? If a person is morbidly obese, they'll stick them on a weight loss drug, but they won't give them, they won't suggest maybe changing the lifestyle. They'll suggest it, but they won't be as serious about just pilling them into a different situation, right? I mean, Brennan and I, when we were driving out to the Michael Patrick Leahy studio yesterday, saw a guy walking outside. He was, really just awfully out of shape. He had his shirt off. This dude was huge, okay? But we both said, hey, you know what? Credit to this guy for getting out and going for a walk. And I even said that's the type of person where I would say stick him on Ozempic or something, one of these GLP-1s or whatever. Give him that motivation and that kickstart, but don't use that as the fix. Use it as part of the solution to give you some forward momentum, to take some of that weight off. Then you can start doing natural exercises and you can put yourself in an actual healthy situation where you're not relying on a drug to keep you functioning all day long. These folks who are suffering from gender dysphoria are relying on puberty blockers and hormone therapies and SSRIs and all of this stuff to affirm their delusions, right? Instead of the industry and society looking to cure them of the delusion itself. Okay, affirming delusions does not treat effectively or cure the illness. That's the schizophrenic who comes to you and goes, I'm hearing 15 voices right now, and you're going, you should listen to them. They're all real. Like an alcoholic friend of yours is an alcoholic saying, I need a drink tonight to ease my pain. And you're like, yeah, go ahead, keep going. You don't have a problem. That's an anorexic coming up to you telling you, Nick Kayal, I'm huge, right? I have to stop eating for a couple days because I'm too fat. And you going, yeah, you're right. I support you. You are fat. Stop eating. That's not. But yet when somebody comes to a doctor and says, hey, I'm a male, but I feel like a female born into the wrong body, they throw every drug in the world at them. They start talking about chopping off body parts. It's a grift, okay? It's a grift. They're creating lifelong customers. They're ruining people's lives, and you're not treating the actual condition. You're symptom, and that doesn't help anybody. As a matter of fact, downstream of when you start those treatments, it usually hurts people, right? In terms of making them behave irrationally. We don't know the effects of all this. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's banned in England and Europe for a reason, and they're crazier than we are in many cases.
Yeah, well said. Hippocratic oath, right? Do no harm, yet by doing some of this, you cause more harm. It seems to me like a violation of that oath that you take as a physician.
Yep.
But I say that as obviously not a doctor, but I don't know. I mean, we've been told the brain isn't finalized, completed. The formulation doesn't end until you're 24, 25, 26. Mm-hmm. How can an 11-year-old think it's in their best interest to change genders? How does a parent go along with that? How does the doctor go along with that? I mean, my God, I gave the story. My mother-in-law wanted to take my wife's brother's daughters to get their ears pierced at the mall at one of those piercing pagodas. They wouldn't pierce the 13-year-old girl's ears because she was with grandma, not mom. Yet, if my 13-year-old niece wanted to go through a gender transition surgery, I'm assuming there's a doctor out there that would probably be on board with it after advising all the issues, probably to some extent, saying what the side effects could be, or maybe even trying to talk them out of it, but then ultimately going through with it. But yet piercing your ears, they needed the biological parents there to sign for it.
Or a tattoo, by the way.
Or a tattoo, play the lottery. This argument is actually, there's a lot of parallels to the voter ID concept, right? Like you need ID for alcohol, you need ID to go to gamble, blah, 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 play the lottery. Yeah, you don't need ID to vote. It's just, it's crazy land, but there you go. All right, quick break. We'll come back, continue with the cut sheet. Fight Club is just about 40 minutes out, and we're going to get a little local here. Speaking of the gender and culture wars, Mikey Sherrill had an interesting comment regarding schools, parents, children, and the curriculum. We'll get to that when we come back. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a Tasty Cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, it's Dawn. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to just remind you about that, $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles. By the way, it ends September 30th, end of this month. That is $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5. What about the i7? What about a Jag? Yeah, Jaguar, I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of the month and get the EV you've been dreaming of. You know you're dreaming of it. Browse their extensive vehicle collection. Just go to PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you were into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 8:36. It's Kayal and Company. We're rolling along here on a Thursday edition of the program. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. We normally have Jimmy Fallon with us every Thursday at 8:30. He's got a prior engagement, a different commitment for Fox that he has to be involved with, so he apologizes. He will be back with us next Thursday. Stalker back tomorrow for a Friday. So let's get to New Jersey. Jack Chitterelli. Huh?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Give it to me one more time. Nice and clean here, Dawn.
New Jersey.
Beautiful. We got to grab that, Jimmy. We got to get that on the board. That's
on the board.
It's a bad job out of me. I've been hearing that for 3 years now, and I've never thought about
gosh.
boarding it. We're going to board that one. Let's get to Mikey Sherrill, clip 27. And I find this fascinating, where Democrats tell you it has to be this way, and you have no right, you have no choice. Follow along, fall in line. Well, I'll expound upon that in just a moment. But this is Mikey Sherrill, who wants your kids in New Jersey to be taught LGBTQ plus curriculum in schools, and doesn't think parents should have the right and the ability to opt out of it. Roll it.
Parents have the right to opt their kids out of LGBTQ-related content in the same way that right now they can be removed from sex ed and health curriculum classes.
Look, I believe that parents have the right to oversee their children's education. I would push an LGBTQ education into our schools. Parents have a right to opt out of a lot of things, but this is not an area where they should be opting out, because this is an area of understanding the background of people throughout our nation. And right now we see, for example, at the Naval Academy, an erasure of history.
Notice the terminology and the words there, Dawn Stensland. I want to push this on your children.
You should.
You should, and no, you should not be able to opt out. It's very rich to me where you have her saying that, and then you have people on the left, and they do exist in the state of Florida. They don't win, but they do exist in Florida. How dare Governor DeSantis's Surgeon General say no more vaccine mandates for children? It's very interesting that those individuals on the left that were trying to force the COVID vaccine on you, saying, oh, shut up, roll up your sleeve, take the shot, they're the same people that when we talk about the subject of abortion say, my body, my choice. So that's their defense for abortion. But when it comes to a COVID shot or any vaccine or curriculum that includes the trans agenda in school, it's not your body, your choice. It's not your kid. It's not your right as a parent. Shut up and deal with it. You need to be educated. Very rich hypocrisy. Would you agree, Stensland?
I would agree. This is an issue that I know Jack Chitterelli is on the Republican side is talking more about this. It's an important talking point because it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with, number one, parental rights, a huge issue, as we saw, dictator. I mean, they talk about the oligarch or the authoritarianism that they accuse Trump of. Look at what Governor Phil Murphy has done and how he went, during the pandemic, just shut everybody down and really intimidated and bullied business leaders and went after them. It got nasty. And so for Mikey Sherrill, who, by the way, if you look at her resume, a military veteran, right? Pilot in the military, mom of 4. And I just thought, oh man, if you look on paper, you say, wow, this is like the perfect AI candidate. What a disappointment for a mom of 4 to say you should ... whatever that is. to tell another parent that as a governor, she's going to say, well, this is an area that we shouldn't really shy away from. And what they're talking about, this is not high school seniors.
Right.
They're not talking about, okay, your kid is, 16, 17, 18, and talking about people who are differently abled or different people and how no matter what somebody looks like or whatever. That's not what this is. This is kindergarten. This is pre-K. And so this is indoctrination.
Yes.
That's what she is for.
I mean, Farish, I know you don't have kids yet, but my kids just started middle school, 6th grade. They did a test yesterday that didn't count, but the teachers wanted to see where they were because it's the convergence of 4 elementary schools into 1 middle school to see where they were. I think it was in the math class to judge, okay, where we have to begin the curriculum. These kids that are even pre-puberty, and I know my daughters and that age group 11, some girls, some boys start hitting puberty at 10 or 11, but these kids haven't even figured out how to use pronouns in the grammatical scheme of things, much less attaching them to their names. That to me is indoctrination.
Yeah, and it's more than just like these classes where they're doing it. When I was on Long Island, we went to one of the school districts. There was actually when the mask mandates were dropped for like a day because of the court and whatnot, they segregated kids who weren't wearing masks in a library and locked them in. It was a whole thing. So parents went to a school board meeting. We were there to support them. And it was in a middle school. And every 6 feet on the walls of the middle school was this promotion, this flyer promoting what's called a transformation and transition coach that was going to come and speak to students if they wanted to attend after school. Every 6 feet in the middle school. And so I took a video of it and said, you think this isn't what's going on. This is what's going on. And your kids are walking by it every single day. And we came out. I put it on our live stream the following morning and, said that, hey, my issue is not with L's or G's or B's, but when you start talking about T's, that's when things start getting dangerous because of what it can do, the drugs, the thought process, genital mutilation, etc. And I had state elected officials call me a terrorist for saying that, right? They likened me to Timothy McVeigh for saying that, right? For pointing that out. It is indoctrination. It is 100% indoctrination. These kids are whether it's direct or it's through, osmosis because of the environment that they are in at school when they're in that learning mindset. They're soaking things in. You're walking past it every day. You're hearing about it. 2.8 million Americans right now identify as transgender. 25% of that 2.8 million are below the age of 17. They did not come up with this idea by themselves, okay? This is a social contagion that is taking effect here. Many of them may have gender dysphoria. Others want to fit in. It's a societal TikTok trend, and it's dangerous. This is not something where, you're a tomboy. This little girl wants to go play in the dirt, wants to play football with the boys, wants to play with G.I. Joes. That's a phase that'll pass. You can't pass through a phase where you chop off body parts or you do this chest binding thing or you convince yourself that your whole life is a lie. I mean, these have permanent implications. And the fact that the governor or the hopefully she's not the next governor, but a gubernatorial candidate, the front runner in New Jersey right now, Mikey Sherrill, is basically saying that she wants this to permeate all through the education system from pre-K all the way up until when you're a senior. You've had the other government officials make these claims before. It is disgusting. Yeah. Parents need to wake up and vote against this crap before they lose their kids.
Yeah, and then you have yesterday in Wisconsin, the governor, Tony Evers, erases the term pregnant woman in new administrative rule and replaces it, Dawn Stensland, with a pregnant member. So you're a member, Dawn.
Member, not even a
woman.
person.
You're just a pregnant member. And as a father, I'm ticked off. Granted, we don't live in Wisconsin, but he has now changed father to, quote, other parent. So I'm just the other. If I'm living in the land of cheese, I'm just the other parent. I'm no longer the father. This agenda of trying to peel back the nuclear family in a nation where we do have a fatherhood crisis, where a lot of dads are not in their kids' lives, which leads to gangs and shootings and drugs and reckless decisions. We've got this dope in a swing state says, yeah, no longer pregnant women, it's pregnant member. And father, well, you're now deemed the other parent. If my wife wants to call me the other parent, I'll let her get away with that. It's a battle I'm not going to win. I'll just, I'll play the number 2 role. I'll be the bad cop. But
you're being referred to as spare parts by the government. It's disgusting.
Spare parts, yeah.
Yeah, because they think about what this agenda is, the far left progressive agenda. And this is why, by the way, I won't even say Democrats, because many Democrats, think about all the Democrats who have left this party or say their party left them. This is a far, far left progressive agenda. You put it all together, break down to the family. Why do they want to erase? They already had picked on males, on boys and men.
Yep.
Why do they want to erase women and mothers? Same thing. And then, you mentioned puberty. So I was looking up, when do nowadays girls, for whatever reason, and maybe it's like the hormones that they were shooting up into the poultry for so long that they've now taken out or whatever. But they say that girls begin puberty in the USA earlier. It could be as young as 8 years old.
Oh, dear God.
And then, 8. And then certainly by 11 to 13, done by 14. Boys much later go all the way till 16.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason in this country with the girls, and then you think about why. Why is it that they're covering, like you're saying, Sean, the walls in hallways and trying to talk to kids and give them the books all about different ways that people can show their love and all the different, orifices they use to do so? Why is that?
Yep.
Because they want to get them young. They want to get those images of what relations, I'll say the word, intimate relations, what does that look like between members?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because there's no more man and a woman. There's no more mother, father. Now it's just members who are doing intimate things with multiple orifices. I mean, that's really what it is. And they want to get those images of what that is into children's brains as young as 8 years old.
Yeah, because they're more impressionable while they're young.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Speaking of that, my wife just sent me a text of a screenshot. This is the first level of wokeness I've experienced now with education in Bluebell.
Wait a minute. We're experiencing Nick's first live. This is live.
Yes, this is live radio, folks. So my girls last year, first time in school up here, Wissahickon School District, they went to Bluebell Elementary. Now they're at Wissahickon Middle School. And this looks like it's coming from part of the middle school handbook, or we'll call it the syllabus.
Mm-hmm.
It's called GSA, Gender and Sexuality Alliance. The GSA, Gender and Sexuality Alliance group provides support, activities, and a safe space for LGBTQ plus students and allies.
I got something for you when you're done with that.
Okay. It's open to 7th and 8th graders, and some 6th graders, which my daughters are, join us informally to see if they would like to be part of the group in 7th and 8th grade. Anyone who would like to join the club needs to contact their school counselor to be added to the group. We meet during the school day and welcome new members. Meetings are held during Trojan time. The middle school and the high school, they are called the Wissahickon Trojans.
Oh.
Day 2 in room 235. Yeah, not the Trojans that we're thinking of.
That is
hopefully
interesting.
Hopefully I don't see Trojans in my house either in the next couple of 7 years.
Let's hope not. But so GSA, when I was in high school, started in our school. We had GSA.
Oh.
But it wasn't called the Gender and Sexuality Alliance. You know what it was called? Which is interesting because this is how far wokeness has come. It was called the Gay Straight Alliance. Okay. So it was basically a club, an after school club that, that gay students would go to, straight students would go to, and they would, hang out and just exist with one another. And oh my goodness, no problem with any of that. No issue with any of that. Right. Like nothing was being forced. It was just basically, hey, if you want to show up, like everybody's welcome, and you just hung out, and it was a social club is all it was. But it was specifically, for gay students and straight students.
Sure.
Now it's the Gender Sexuality Alliance. Yeah. And that shows you how far left everything has flown. Because I remember when GSA was a thing. I didn't go to it. I had no interest in going to it. I liked playing sports and all this stuff. But I knew people who went to it. Yeah. And I was like, oh, you went to GSA? Cool, whatever. But that's what it used to be called. Now it's called something else. Okay? And it's far more disturbing what it's called now, Gender and Sexuality Alliance, than just saying, hey, here's gay kids and straight kids, we get along. Yeah. Right? It's a totally different animal now.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's optional as a club,
right?
No problem with it. The only problem I have is when things are forced upon us. Like, I'm anti-mandate, right? Mask mandates, vaccine mandates, club mandates, curriculum mandates. And, my girls, when school's over, they go to dance, they go to cheering. That's what they do. They're going to probably be taking up softball and volleyball in the spring. You want to go to the Gender and Sexuality Alliance and intermingle and hang out? Knock yourself out. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, no issue there. But if you start forcing it, and then also, now this is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That's that wheelhouse Dawn was talking about, 11, 13, 14 years old. But then where are we at 5 years from now? You talked about, Sean, the name change. Yeah. Is this going to become a 2nd and 3rd grade thing? Is this going to be a kindergarten, 1st grade thing?
Well, remember GSA, I only remember seeing GSA when I was in high school. Okay.
Yep.
So now the fact that it's in middle school, again, you're working down towards that younger and younger and younger target audience, which in my opinion is malicious. It's predatory, in my opinion. Okay. Because you are preying on impressionable individuals who are impressionable individuals who you can trigger and manipulate a thought process. This is, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think it's gross. I think it's reprehensible. And look, again, you have a club. I can tell you, our GSA in high school, the Gay Straight Alliance clubs, they started in with all their, after school ideas started bleeding into the day. And then there were these protests that they would hold in the middle of class. And then there was this, GSA Day of Silence where all the GSA members didn't talk, and it got annoying. And I can only imagine what it looks like now. And the fact that they're doing this with younger children is definitely a problem.
Yeah. And I also, in the interest of fairness and not being a hypocrite, I mean, I'm all for instilling your family values on your children, your religious values, your ideologies, things like that. But when it comes to politics specifically, I mean, my girls know and that I'm a big Trump supporter and Trump voter. But I don't talk Trump policies with my 6th grade daughters.
Yeah.
Like, they know when the YMCA song comes on and I goof around and do the Trump boogie. But like, I'm not sitting there giving them right-wing Republican talking points at the dinner table, right? Like, so to me, this whole forced narrative of like tribalism at such a young age, like, let your kids just live their life and figure out the basic things. Like, I'm sure when my girls are 16, 17, we'll maybe talk a little bit about politics. Certainly when they're 18 and they're eligible to vote, if they want to learn more or they want to tell me who they voted for. And if my daughters end up voting for a Democrat, I'll disown them. I'm just kidding. But that's their choice. But like, I'm not going to force that on an 11-year-old or in some of these other cases, 3rd and 4th grade. There was a story we had yesterday. I don't know if it was on the cut sheet or the show sheet. We never got to it, but there was like a 3rd or 4th grade teacher who was talking the first day of school to their children about the rumors of Trump's death on social media. Like, what are we doing with some of these people in schools? And again, I think most teachers do a really good job, but we do see these stories pop up where, Mrs. Johnson's talking to the 9-year-old about Donald Trump and his health, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sound like an old fuddy-dud, but I don't know, why don't we talk about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and stuff that should be in like your textbooks?
Well, that's just it. When you look at the grades and the learning loss that we have and that our kids across America, it depends on which school district. Obviously here in Pennsylvania, the overall feeling, if you look at all the test scores across Pennsylvania in particular, huge losses of learning. Some school districts a little better than the others. And so the fact that in the class they have to take the time out to hear about anybody's pronouns or this or that, I think you be you. Nobody cares anymore. It's not, and that's just it. Even at the high school level, if you talk to a high school age kid and they have like whatever coming out day or whatever they want to do in the GSA club, whatever, they're going to go, yeah, that's for the adults.
Mm-hmm.
Like the kids don't care.
Right.
Nobody cares.
Right.
So focus on what you need to get them up to par and back up to the proper math and reading. And what that tells you is that the indoctrination, unfortunately, and Beth Ann Rossica, who's the investigative reporter who we talk to here all the time, she just did within the past 10 days another investigation looking at these DEI policies, the indoctrination so-called. It's existing here.
Yeah.
So even though we have the executive orders, parents, grandparents, caregivers, you need to be vigilant. You need to watch out because this is going on. And Nick, I hate to say this too. I have relatives in the suburbs. As a matter of fact, they just started the grandparents are helping pay for it, going to private schools, Christian schools, faith-based schools. They've had it because, and this is at the middle school level, this is when they supersize this kind of indoctrination.
Yeah, you're right. 855-839-1210. We'll wrap up this conversation and the 8 o'clock hour with Mark in Philadelphia. Apparently, he is in the same school district as I am with my daughters. Mark, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Nick. Hey, real quick. I had a conversation with the assistant superintendent. He's new this year.
Yep.
He told me point blank, if a boy on the baseball team mid-season wants to switch to the softball team and use the girls' bathroom, locker room, all that stuff, he's fully on board with that.
That's outrageous. Totally predictable. Totally predictable in Montgomery County. Yep, I know.
It is I've been there for about 13 years in the district. It's gone so far left. It's out of control.
Well, they also have at the middle school. At the middle school this year, they have a brand new head principal, and I could just tell from orientation night, based on her PowerPoint presentation in the gym, that she subscribes to all of that as well. She had certain cliches and these left-wing buzzwords on inclusion and all this other hogwash. So yeah, I mean, I knew what I signed up for, but I didn't think it was going to start in 6th grade. I figured it would be 8th grade, 9th grade, and on up.
I pulled my daughter out. She's in private school. My son's still there. But yeah, if your girls play sports, just be careful.
No, Mark, thank you for the call.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, when my girls get to high school now. They dance at a business for a dance studio. So dance isn't done through the high school. Cheering is. I have no issue with like a dude that's a cheerleader holding the chicks up. And those dudes are usually pretty strong. But I don't know that my girls will play any sports where they would encounter that. My wife's got them pretty wrapped up in dance. Certainly my paychecks go to dance. So I'm kind of tapped out. There's not much more room for picking up extra other sports. But I could tell you, if my daughters were playing softball and a 10th grade boy went from playing baseball to softball and took my daughter's starting spot, was in the locker room or the bathroom, whenever that next school board meeting is, I will be there. And that'll be the big take the next morning. Take that to the bank.
Record it. It's 3 minutes long and post it.
Would I be labeled a domestic terrorist?
Probably by
right?
local officials.
Yeah.
Local officials would.
Yeah.
But I think those days, in terms of government doing that, like federal government, DOJ doing that, those days are over.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. We will come back 9 o'clock hour. We're about 10 minutes out from Fight Club, but before we get to Fight Club, Harry Enton's going to tell us just how hard it is to live and attain the American dream. And then in real world practicality, you're going to find out just how difficult it is to take your family to the happiest place on earth. We're back after this.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, BenariaDental.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.905 Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. Farish will be back tomorrow for the cut sheet at 7:45 as Stocker returns. Stocker's got that thing he's doing. You know, that thing where you go up to that place and you do the things that people do when they go to that place to do things. It's that thing. You know, we established that yesterday on the show.
Well, you know the thing.
The thing.
The thing. Yeah. He's got that thing.
In New York.
In New York.
Hey, we're going to take care of that thing there. You know what I'm talking about in New York? We're going to take care of that thing. It's going to be great.
Jimmy Kelly rejoining the chat.
Yeah. He's fired up.
One of the greatest rants of all time this morning. If you missed it.
That was great this morning.
What was that, 7:15, 7:20-ish?
Around that, yeah.
Yeah, go back and get it on the free Odyssey app. Use something we like to call the rewind feature. Download it today. Or go back and watch it. It's on YouTube as well. Before we get to Fight Club, which is coming up in just about 3 or 4 minutes, I want to get to this. So Robbie Starbuck yesterday sat down with the 93-year-old founder of Cracker Barrel, Tommy Lowe. And this is a guy who Robbie Starbuck says in his teaser and his tweet, truly a man who achieved the American dream. Well, when we talk about the American dream, I still believe it's attainable, but you have to work even harder. You have to perhaps get a side hustle, a second gig. And even if you're making 6 figures and you've got a nice income, unless you're debt free with the cost of everything these days, you can live nice. And maybe nice is the American dream. But to have all the lavish amenities that a lot of us would covet in this lifetime, it is more difficult, and it's only available for a select few. I think a lot of that is by design. I hear these dopes in Davos at the World Economic Forum every year. You will own nothing and be happy. I think it's all by design. But Harry Enton says that Americans are really down in the dumps over the likelihood that they will be able to achieve the American dream and provide it for their kids. Clip 9, let's roll the data, Phil.
No, I would say America, we have a problem. And it's not just the Wall Street Journal poll that came out. I was looking at an ABC News poll that came out last year as well. If you work hard, you'll get ahead. That is the American dream. Never not true now. In 2010 to 2011, 15 years ago, it was 51% who said it wasn't true. Now look at this number. Woo! Through the roof, 70%. Still true. Look at this, still true percentage. Falling through the floor. It was 47% 15 years ago. Now it is just 29%. So we basically had a 50-50 nation on whether the American dream was still true 15 years ago. But now it's over 2/3 of Americans who say it's never or no longer true.
All right, we can stop it right there, Phil, if you don't mind. Thank you. And that leads us to this New York Times article I saw that was published a few days ago, Disney and the Decline of America's Middle Class. And they give a huge breakdown of the cost of Disney, where some of these like village resorts that you can stay at are now going for $3,000 a night. And an average Disney stay for 4 days and 3 nights with a family of 4 is over $12,700. That's your average stay. I'm sure you could find cheaper. I'm sure there's certainly more where you're probably dropping close to 20 grand. Now, I've done Disney 2 or 3 times. I've done it twice with my daughters. I have no interest in going again. But for people in this day and age in 2025, I mean, if it's going to cost you, let's say $12,000, and you and your wife, let's just say you both make $75,000 a year. How many people have $12,000 or $13,000, or even the ability to say, well, if we save up and we pinch pennies for the next 4 months, we could do it? Most of us do not have that ability, and I think that's really sad. Like my grandparents, my parents, like every generation that we move through now, it seems like the ability to have that American dream is slipping by. I can't imagine what that percentage is going to look like. I think my daughters are Gen Alpha. There's another generation after them now. I mean, the amount of people that will be able to pull off and achieve it, unless you're willing to just work yourself to death, I don't think it exists anymore. And what constitutes the American dream? Like, I was looking at combined salaries for household incomes. If you and your spouse make $250,000 a year, that gets you into the top 10% earners in this country for a household. But think about how far that really goes. Unless you have no debt. Look at the housing market right now. People paying $4,000, $5,000 a month for a mortgage or rent for something that used to be $2,600, $2,700 a month. It's not adding up. And then when you get cost of living adjustments and raises and you get 3%, you're like, I'm not even breaking even with the cost of things that are going up. And we've seen gas go down. We're starting to see some groceries go down. But as far as pulling off the big things in your life, housing stuff, that great family vacation that you're looking forward to, man, that really sets you back. This is disappointing. As somebody who only has 18 years left to live, I'm not going to get there. I'm not going to get there. It's not going to happen. That retirement at 60 that I talked about when this show started, now I'm going to be in here till I'm 74, God willing. Dawn, Dawn was right. You work in radio. You're not retiring at 62. You said that 3 years ago.
It is scary.
Yep.
It is scary to see the increased cost of it. Really, it's housing. The food stuff is bad, but it is the housing. It is the rent, what it costs to live somewhere. And then if you want to buy a home, do you have enough for a down payment to get that mortgage into a range where your overhead will be comparable to what it would be in an apartment, et cetera? How far does your money go? It's attainable, but you got to hustle, you got to grind, and you got to be smart. With your money. A lot of people see. I know that there is an issue with how much things cost, but I also know that there is an issue with people spending money for the sake of spending it too.
Yep, you're right.
There are people that just they have it and they want to spend it because they have it, and then when the what moment happens, they don't have it, and then they go into considerable amounts of debt, whether it's a car accident, a medical issue. If it's not sitting on hand, it's like people who say they're prepping for emergencies and they've got canned food, lining the walls of their basement, right? And they seem crazy until the moment happens, and then they're not crazy anymore. Then they're the smart ones, right? So, budgeting it's not fun, but it is when you start to see the fruits of your labor after a year or two, and you have a nice, cushion just in case something happens. And there are apps that can help you do this. You can use that, and you can go through your. People just don't want to do it. Yeah. So I do believe in personal accountability too. You can make a little go far if you want to.
Yeah, it's not a difficulty thing; it's a discipline thing, right?
Yes, it is.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out a household budget. Here's what we bring in after taxes. Here's what we have to spend on certain necessities. Then you look at your debts. You look at your leisurely spending. I'll never forget this, and I don't know why this sticks in my head, and it's not a nod to her, but Kamala Harris during the election last year in the build-up to it said, I forget what percentage, and maybe it's not true, who knows, but it's still stuck in my head. A certain percentage of Americans, I don't know, like 72%, cannot afford an unexpected $400 expense. And I always believe this to be true is America and Americans don't have an earning issue. We have a spending problem.
Yes.
Right? Like we spend more than we make as a country. I mean, what's our debt? 37 trillion or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way the country's being run. But just for example, like when my wife and I moved to Tennessee, we didn't move with a huge salary. I was still building, my social media presence. I just gotten picked up by LFA TV to run the podcast at the very beginning, right? So it was one of these things where we ate, the college dorm diet for a few months, ramen noodles and dollar, food just to get a little cushion, right? And then you build and you stay disciplined and you do these things. This is the issue, Nick. You're mentioning if you can't afford, and it's not always the case, so I'm not trying to say this is one size fits all. Some people are in a really bad way right now, and it is, and that's terrible, and there's really not much they can do about it. But if you can't afford a surprise $400 expense, which at this point could be, one or two issues on your car when you take it in for an oil change, right? Right. If you can't afford that, well, first start off with what are you buying that you don't absolutely need, right? Like, I like beer, right? But I try not to buy it a lot because I know it's not necessarily the cheapest thing to buy, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I like certain foods and certain things. I love beef, for example. Huge fan of steak, but beef is like 3 or 4 times more expensive than pork. So you know what I do? I eat poor man's beef. I eat the pork.
You had a presentation last night. You had what? Pork
Hell
chop?
yeah,
Pork
on my
chops
Blackstone.
and broccoli. Yeah,
that's right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a sale in Publix right now, $2.99 a pound for pork shoulder steak. People are like, "Ew, pork." I'm like, "Yes, but my dinner cost me $3." Like, it's really not bad. It's still, and it tastes good. Yeah. You could do a lot with a little, and if you want to, and you could, and then in a year or 2 or 3, you got a nice little cushion there. Maybe we can afford to buy some of that beef. You know what I'm saying? Or we could feel more comfortable. We're not, So it is a discipline thing, Nick. Yep. You're 100% right. In many cases, not all. Yep. Some people are in a really bad way.
All right.
I just will say this about this study, that for whatever reason, the Wall Street Journal focused on this study. It was about 2,000 people. What was it? Archbridge was one of the people but it was in the Wall Street Journal. Mm-hmm. This poll was it was printed initially in early July, but it was a survey of some 2,000 people back in May.
Okay.
So I am curious why it's trending now.
Right.
But I will say this, that the poll really doesn't show a huge change from a year ago. They do this every year, the American Dream poll. Mm-hmm. A poll of 2,000 people. I don't know. It's a pretty small one. But in this one, what are people focusing on? That they have a good job. That's essential. That they own a home. So the quality of life issues. And that, 70% say that a lot of these things are just out of reach. Mm-hmm. I will say this, that when you think about it, and I tell my especially for teenagers, and they're like, "Oh, you and Dad work so hard." And I'm like, you know what the difference is? Think about us in our group chat. We're working. I mean, we're up at like 3:34 in the morning. We're working. I mean, we're still doing show prep until 10 o'clock at night. Mm-hmm. There was a time in this country when you could turn that switch off.
Oh yeah.
Sure. We don't have that anymore.
Nope.
Your work is infused into your phone, into your life.
Yep.
And I do think that's part of this pessimism. People need to be able to shut it off and have a life, have a dinner, have a drink, go for a walk. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a piece of this.
And I always say that to people, and my wife will always bust my chops about this. I think at one point she actually meant it, but now she realizes how hard I work. Like, oh, you only work 4 hours a day. Dude, and I get it. Trust me, there are people out there that really work, tough, difficult jobs.
Right.
The laborers out there. So I'm not comparing it that. But mentally, I don't stop working when I get off at 10 o'clock. I mean, I'm preparing again at 2:30, 3 o'clock after the obligatory nap. We've established that. Very necessary.
The nap is part of the schedule, right? It's like you're like a Mexican with the siesta.
And then look at our group text. Look at our group text last night. I mean, people were working at 5:30, 6:15, 7:30. So this notion that we just roll in here and just flip the switch and babble and go home, it might sound that way. But we don't.
And the same goes for anybody who's really especially in the content business.
Right.
It's not just about sitting in front of the camera and blabbing. You know what I mean? Like you said, like there's prep that goes in. It costs, it takes, for me, just for 1 hour of podcasting, it takes about 2.5 hours of prep, getting everything in line. My show is self-produced. I push all the buttons. So I got to make sure all my stuff's in a row so that when I press go, when I do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on my scene switcher, that the right stuff is going to display. And sometimes stuff falls through the cracks. It's another one of those things. I do a lot on social media, but in order to do a lot on social media, you have to be on social media a lot. You know what I mean? In order for it for the X algorithm to help distribute your content, or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, and replying and messaging. So these are things. And you mentioned mentally you don't shut off. I'm honestly, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
When I worked for Sherwin-Williams in that paint store, when I left the store, I didn't think about paint when I went home.
Right.
Now, this is all I think about all day long. It's what's in the news, what's going to happen. Do I have to make a change? And I'm not complaining. Like you said, there are tough jobs. This is my dream. I've always wanted to do it, but it doesn't make it easy.
Right.
And maybe because Nick, Kayal, and Dawn Stenson, you are consummate professionals, you make it look easy, but it's not easy.
It may look easy, but it's hard, as somebody once famously said. All right, we'll come back. I know we have to get to Fight Club. We missed it by 10 minutes, so the audience probably wants to physically fight me, and I don't blame you. I deserve to get a beat down right now. Jimmy Kelly says we have to get to a break, but I do promise Fight Club, because, of course, it's sponsored as well, is next, and you're going to want to stick around for this. Yeah. We have a baseball fight at the youth level with umpires. Get ready for this one. I know it's football today, but we have umpires throwing down, and we'll get to Fight Club coming up next. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Piazza Auto Group. If you have been thinking about the electric vehicle possible in your life, well, our friends at Piazza Auto Group, they want to lock you in with a great deal. That includes a $7,500 federal EV tax credit, but you have to take advantage of it before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or the GV70, and so much more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th, so you have just about 25 days to take advantage of the EV tax credit, and you can inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today. $7,500 EV tax credit right now. PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
We're talking about the American dream and hard work. That brings me to my friends at Kitchen Magic. They believe hard work should be rewarded, and this month they are rewarding you and all of us. As a family-owned local company, proudly American-made, tariff-proof, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for more than 45 years. And right now, for the entire month of September, you got to do this. Listen to this. You get 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. This is the perfect time. Bring your dream remodel to life. With trusted craftsmanship, and unbeatable savings. Don't put this off. Call them Kitchen Magic. You can always visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. What are you waiting for? 40% off installation. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Why, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Today's 410 Phillies Brewers game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT today.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
9:29, Kayal and Company, super busy Thursday show. A busy day in Philadelphia sports. Eagles-Cowboys season opener tonight. Phillies on the road against the very talented Brewers. You heard the promo there. Phillies Brewers today at 4:10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So that means if my math is correct, and I've got the scheduling correct, a truncated version of the Rich Zeoli Show. Only 1 hour today? Will Rich object to that? Or will he roll with it and say, you know what, 70 minutes of radio beats 4 hours? Will he be... Actually, think about this. Tomorrow's Friday. Does Zeoli pull a 3.5-day weekend? I would.
Is he on Fox News?
I don't know. I haven't
Where's
seen him
Dana?
pop up yet.
Is he on with Dana?
Did he get bumped again by Perino and Hemmer? I would be raging if I drove all the way up there and got bumped. But he's more professional than I'll ever be. All right.
You know who likes to get bumped? Pete Buttigieg.
Oh,
That's a sin, sir.
Sir.
Sir. That's a sin.
Packer Pete.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be in for a beatdown of a lifetime if I don't get to Fight Club 20 minutes late. Let's get to it, Jimmy.
Lights on?
It's on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Ready to fight. Can you dig it?
We know fights equal rating.
Come on!
We are going to knock you out.
Kayal and Company Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com.
All right. I know everybody's focused on football. A lot of people certainly still focused on baseball. But we have to go to what I believe is a youth baseball game. And I'm looking at it in the hopper here, and there's a catcher. This kid can't be more than 12 or 13 years old, doesn't even have facial hair yet. And it looks like an umpire, as well as presumably one of the coaches and or parents, got into a total brawl. Let's roll this. I believe we've got this edited, but there is audio that comes with it. Get on over to YouTube if you're not there. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's get to a base brawl.
Oh, yeah.
Coach is waving his finger at the ump.
All right, let's go, y'all.
Ump looks very professional. In uniform.
And we're good. All right, go.
Here he goes. Now he's yelling at the first base coach. Ready to toss him. Here it comes. Oh, now he's Oh, the takedown.
Yes.
That ump.
That boy
kicks
blew.
him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
did he throw that guy down?
Absolutely.
Don't mess with that ump.
Absolutely.
Angel Hernandez would be proud.
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Cowboy Joe West would be proud, too.
Yes.
Or Country Joe Wade would be very excited.
Now, it looks like
Look at this.
the parents and the coach are on top of the ump, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
The
Something's
body
going
pile
on here.
on.
Players are trying to pull.
Look at the kids.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
trying to.
Oh, look at his mom coming in here now in her shorts, pointing fingers.
The kids were trying to pull up everybody.
Uh-huh. Wow. Good for the umpire. No, overzealous parents have to go, and coaches that are coaching 14-year-olds that think they're coaching in the World Series need to just relax. I mean, that umpire there, he's probably getting what, $150 for 2.5 hours to umpire a bunch of 13-year-olds and their dads being first base coaches. I stand with the ump.
I'm watching.
Yeah, I'm with the ump on this one, and I love the fact that he just
boom
threw him.
Yep.
You know, I mean, he should have launched himself like Shane McMahon off the top of the fence, but you know, that's the only thing that was missing from this. Right,
Wow.
Little Shane O'Mac.
That's going to be a tough one to top. That might be the leader this week.
Do we have another angle?
It is. I mean, the fight that I used on Monday was in Walmart, and it was pretty epic.
Okay.
Cashier got involved.
Ooh.
Okay. But this one I saw, and I'm like, okay, if this makes it into Fight Club, this may be the winner.
Now, Dawn,
So-
you said other angle. Are you thinking maybe that the first base coach maybe actually put his finger on the guy's face?
Because it looked like, but because we can't fully see it.
Yep.
But it looks to me as if the first base coach actually physically drew first blood. I mean,
Right.
Stallone, first blood, right?
Correct.
Rambo, first
Yep.
blood rule.
Yep.
It looks like to me the umpire reacts then
Yes.
after first blood is drawn. So I think the ump went with the right rule to say, you want to push my face or put your finger and actually whatever he did, swiped, whatever he did, and ump says, mm-mm, and ump, boom, punches him, then kicks him.
If you could go back just to the part right as the finger goes to the face, I think there's the chest bump as well.
Yes.
As the first base coach tried to chest up the umpire, and he's already out.
And the umpire's in armor, by the way. He's like a turtle.
Yeah, exactly.
A big turtle. A ninja.
The umpire probably could work part-time for ICE.
The umpire's much
I want that umpire working anywhere. That's not an umpire. It's a security guard.
If Tom Homan's watching, we got to get Tom Homan to hire this
Sign
guy
him
for
up.
ICE.
They got rid of the age requirement for ICE. So sign him up.
All right.
My
there you go.
goodness.
There it is. Thursday edition.
That's a good one.
Of Fight Club. I love that. Love that. All right. We'll come back and we'll wrap up. We've got a clip or two to get in, and then we've got all the bells and the whistles. Another chance for Reading Phillies tickets if you can identify today's movie clip. And we will get to 8 Share as he will give us what occurred today in music history. Also, make our predictions and our picks for the Eagles and the Cowboys tonight on Thursday Night Football. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Hey, you've heard me talk about My Guys from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. We have that Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level. It's still such a game changer. I'm raving about it. It's our lower level where our office is. So important to make sure that we have a constant, regular heat and cooling HVAC situation. But if you have an area where you need that ductless unit, you don't have the proper ductwork area, this is perfect for you. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas and visit My Guys at Marvin E. Cans. They're always going to find a solution. That's what I love about them. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. My Guys, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's DERPY 1 and 2. Packaging sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Packaging online at Packaging.com today. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The Dawn Show coming up in less than 20 minutes as we get set to wrap up a Thursday here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. We will get to what occurred today in music history and the Morning Mystery Movie clip in just a moment. But first, one last clip. I'm going to kind of merge this story with this clip. I don't know if you guys saw these two stories, but Kim Jong-un, I believe Sean
Little
Farrell,
Rocket Man.
the Little Rocket Man, the dictator from North Korea. The headline is he traveled to China with the private toilet to protect his DNA as staff carefully cleans after a sit-down with Vladimir Putin. So
Putin, I got along well with Putin.
Yeah. I mean, we've got like these...
My favorite is the big three. It's called Little Rocket Man, Vladimir Putin, and Winnie the Pooh.
Yes.
Right? If you look at it.
And apparently the hot mics yesterday picked up Russian President Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping of China, and they were talking about organ transplants and how human beings can live 150 years or more. Phil, if we could play this is clip 7A. For those on YouTube, I believe you will see the translation at the bottom of the screen. This is courtesy of Bloomberg. So Xi in Mandarin and a translator in Russian. Earlier, people rarely lived to 70. But these days, 70 years old, you're still a child. You see Putin and Xi walking together up a big red carpet ramp. Let's see what else they say here. With the development of biotechnology, human organs transplanted, people can live younger and younger and achieve immortality. Predictions are this century, there's a chance of also living to 150 years
This is
old.
why I get along well with China. Because I'm going to live forever. Could you imagine if Trump is the first person to live to 150 after dying last weekend?
Democrats are going to lose their mind. If Trump has
He already
another
died once.
70 years
He could
to
run
go-
for a third term now. He could run for a third term because he died once. And now he's back.
He could run 10 terms.
Woo!
Yeah.
Upend the Constitution. We'll do organ and bone transplants for Trump, and we'll make sure that he's good for another 3/4 of a century.
Yeah, why not?
Then you really will be able to make America great again and drain the swamp, because it might take 70 years to rid Americans of these swamp creatures. I don't think
It might. It very well
I
might.
don't think you can get it done in 4 years, right?
No, 4 years is not long enough. But you got 48 looking good. But I think if Donald Trump was the first I'm going to live to be the oldest person ever, just to drive these people crazy, because I died once and I came back, according to the radical lunatic left. Stupid people, we call them.
Let me ask you this. Would you like to live until you're 150?
No, I don't want to live. Well, it depends. It depends.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to live as long as I'm allowed to live, but if I'm like that, like Jimmy Carter, you know,
right,
or the character from SpongeBob, where I'm not really like alive. I'm just kind of in a bed, just.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs or whatever his name was.
No, Mr. Krabs wasn't the problem. It's the chocolate lady. She was like she was like this, the pinky, looking like
you talking
Jimmy Carter.
You
right?
talking about Squidward?
No, SpongeBob. There was an episode where they were selling chocolate. They go to the old lady's house. What are they selling? You don't. Come on now.
I remember the characters, but I can't pull episodes out of my you know what. But that's good work out of you.
Yeah.
That shows your talent.
I don't want to be that person shriveled up like a prune.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's
where I
quality
really
of
can't. I'm not
life,
really
right?
doing anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather die in my sleep at 65 than be like Joe Biden today, wandering around not knowing what's going on. But that's just me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
We'll come back. We'll get to the movies, the music, and a preview of the Dawn Show. And also, we have to make our picks for Thursday night football. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Winding things down here on a Thursday morning. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 10 minutes. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Programming reminder, Phillies baseball today, 4:10 first pitch. You will hear that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And now, your chance to win a pair of Reading Phillies tickets with Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is this moron number 1? Put moron number 2 on the phone. I thought you told me this guy was going to be on the plane.
That's the information we got, Jimmy.
That's the information we got. I'm going to tell you something. I want this guy taken out, and I want him taken out fast.
I heard somebody picked up Mardukas in New York.
It's old news, Sidney. I'm already on it.
I don't have to tell you what'll happen if he becomes a government witness.
I can assure you that will not be the case.
Yeah, I assumed you were taking that position, but I am supposed to advise you against such acts.
Sidney, relax. Have a cream soda. Everything is going to be all over within a few minutes.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, we have a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies against the Somerset Patriots at First Energy Stadium in Reading on Sunday, September 14th. You can buy your tickets at readingphillies.com or win a 4-pack right now by identifying not only that movie clip that Jimmy Kelly just played, but the theme of our group text last night around 6 o'clock. Caller 12, and you're not privy to that text, public people, but you can win tickets. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. From the movies to the music, let's tee it up for Mr. 8-Share himself.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, September 4th, we celebrate the birthdays of Blackie Lawless from Wasp, as well as Martin Chambers from The Pretenders. We also lost Gary Wright as well as Steve Harwell from Smash Mouth, both in 2023. Sing include Beth by Kiss in 76, Give It Away by the Red Hot Chili Peppers in 91, and Prince Charming by Adam and the Ants in 81. Albums include Get Your Yayas Out by the Stones in 70, Toxicity by System of a Down in 2001, It's Hard by The Who in 82, Queen's debut in 73, and The Book of Souls by Iron Maiden in 2015. Also in 82, the Steve Miller Band was topped the singles chart. In 76, the Sex Pistols made their TV debut. In 68, the Beatles recorded promotional videos for Hey Jude as well as Revolution. In 54, Elvis made his debut at the Grand Ole Opry. In 64, the Animals played America for the first time. And in 51, Frank Sinatra played Vegas for the first time. But lastly, on this day in 2015, Keith Richards told the Daily News that, quote, rap music was for tone-deaf people. All they need is a drum beat and somebody yelling over it and they're happy. There's an enormous market for people who can't tell one note from another. You know who can tell one note from another? Me, every Saturday night at 11 for Kayal Company. Phil Omquist.
How about that as he spikes the football on the way out? Phil Omquist with Today in Music History. Speaking of spiking the football, Eagles-Cowboys tonight. You'll hear the game on 94 WIP. It's on Channel 10. That would be NBC. Here in Philadelphia, Eagles 8.5-point favorites. The over-under 47.5. We will do our predictions as we do every week for the Eagles game. Let's see here. Let's start off. Well, you know what? Let's start off with the man who had the best rant of the morning, Jimmy Kelly. Woo! If you were Jimmy is listening. All right, let's get Jimmy's prediction. Yeah. Jimmy Kelly, Eagles-Cowboy prediction. You say what, sir?
All right, I'm really not a big football watcher, but I will say Eagles 30, Cowboys 14.
30-14. Phil Omquist, as a noted Jet fan, will still allow you to make a pick. Eagles, Cowboys, what you got?
Eagles 28, boys 20.
28-20. Sean Farish, also a Jets fan, so we'll let him make a pick and feel like a part of the club. Sean, your prediction for tonight?
I see this going Eagles 34, Cowboys 17.
Okay. And Dawn Stenzlin, your prediction, Eagles Cowboys?
I'll go closer to Phil, I think. So I'll go 28-7.
28-7. All right. And I'm going to go with the Eagles 26-20. So we have a clean sweep for
The Eagles,
which means the Cowboys will win the game because that's usually the way it
Yes.
works. When everybody's on one side, the opposite.
That is usually the way it works.
Happens. There you go. All right, everybody be safe if you're going down there tonight. Weather is going to be a factor. We will talk to you tomorrow morning.
Hold on. We got a movie winner here.
Oh,
we got the
my
winner.
screen is not showing. Who
Your
do we
screen
have?
is not showing. Hey, George, what's the movie?
Midnight Run.
Woo!
There you
You
go.
are correct.
Where's George calling from? George, where are you from?
Philadelphia.
All right, George in Philadelphia. Congratulations.
I'm sorry.
You, sir, have the 4-pack of Reading Phillies tickets
Nice.
Sunday, September 14th. All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And, of course, go Birds.
The Eagles.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yacob